business requirements. The next slide shows that human resources came in with a risk for recruitment processes for marketing, interviewing, selection, documentation, and background checks. And then the last one was safety and security, where we will look at the triage of high severity incidences. Any questions on those? All right, moving on. This next slide, these are the ones that came in. They fell just right under the 50% that we were looking to receive. So those were assistant housing for the triannual recertifications for all household. Opportunity home staff is the one that stated that there was a possible risk. Community development initiatives, the grant compliance and financial performance. Again, opportunity home staff is the one that stated that there was a possible risk. Construction services for oversight of new development construction, the Board of Commissioners and some opportunity home staff stated that there was a possible risk there. And then another human resources audit came through for employee relations, for investigators, termination and the grievance processes, and the opportunity home staff is the one that stated that there was a possible risk there. So all in all, the next slide shows that the proposed plan for the internal audit for fiscal year 2022-2023, for quarter one, we will be looking at the Beacon Communities repayment agreements, and this was a carryover from the 2022-2023 approved plan. And then we'll also be looking at the risk assessment, the asset management, the financing and refinancing of real estate assets. For quarter two, we're looking at the procurement processes for oversight of vendor compliance for Section 3 and SWIMB requirements. For the third quarter, we're looking at the human resources, the recruitment processes that we just discussed. And then the fourth quarter, we're looking at safety and security, and then the Beacon Communities for affordable program regulatory and fair housing compliance. Along with this, for internal audits, we will be continuing the compliance reviews for assistant housing, Beacon, public housing, and then the FSS escrow disbursements. For assistant housing, Beacon, and public housing, we will continue to do the 10% of all files on site. Any questions or concerns?
The $100 million that we have that have not been spent, does internal audit look at that?
I think our external auditors look at that, Dr. Guzman, since it's program related, and those funds are actually held by HUD.
Okay.
So in order to withdraw them, we have to provide documentation to HUD on what the use is.
Okay, because I'm not sure if you have presented and I have missed it, but I really feel the need to kind of understand what our plans are, and maybe the other board members know, and I'm not clear on how we plan to expend that and how soon, etc.
That'll be part of the next presentation
Okay.
in the Finance Committee. It's part of our budget process, and
Okay.
we review that with the board every May as
Okay.
part of the budget.
Okay.
We did have a chance to review it with the vice chair last week, and we also reviewed it with HUD, and the Finance Committee chair also reviewed it last week as well.
Are you the Finance Committee chair? Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, the file audits and all the properties, how compliant are most of the properties with keeping their files to where they need to be?
Overall, I would say they're fairly compliant. We very rarely have any findings. They're mostly observations saying, a certain document belongs in a certain place, but other than that, no regulatory findings.
So all the documents that need to be there for each resident are
Correct. And if
taken care
we're
of.
missing anything, we send it back to the property manager to get it updated, and then they send it back to us for review.
So when y'all audit these, they're done that way when REACT comes in, or then
Yes,
they're
sir.
compliant for REACT?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So I just would like to add another comment, Dr. Guzman. The number you cited, the 100 million, that's an inaccurate number that HUD has been circulating.
Okay.
It's false information.
Wow.
So we tried to set them straight in the meeting last week, and I think we were able to do that. But I just wanted the board to be aware that that number's
That's not
inaccurate.
correct.
Yeah, they were referencing their projection
Yes.
based on things they weren't even aware of stuff that we have allocated because we haven't requested it yet. So, and if they take those into consideration, that number is actually, it's even less than 70 million. And then it's all already been allocated. It's money that we're going to be using for like things like Alazan, something like
Right,
that.
right, right.
Okay, but we'll review that in detail. I just did want to inform
Right,
the
right.
board that
Yes,
that
yes.
number's inaccurate.
Yes, and I think that it would be helpful, in previous boards that I have served, whenever you have a meeting with any of the board members, you should let the board chair know. And then if they want to attend or not, it's up to them. But you shouldn't be having meetings with the board members without the board chair being aware of it.
That's really a board governance issue, so
Yeah.
we don't get involved with
Okay.
those matters. The board, I think, should decide how it operates as a body.
Absolutely.
And
We'll bring it up.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Legal. Okay, so we need to adopt the Opportunity Home San Antonio internal audit plan for fiscal year 23-24. Do I hear a motion to approve?
So moved?
A second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The next item is consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6358, approving the consolidated operating budget for Opportunity Home San Antonio and its affiliated entities for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. And we have Diana Kalatsky-Fiedler, Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon. So this item is for our consolidated budget for 2024. I'd like to thank the Finance Committee Chair and Commissioner Casillas for taking the time out of their schedule to meet with us to go over the budget presentation last week. I also like to thank and introduce my budget team. You all know Brandy already, but our budget team is Priscilla Segovia and Jennifer Mireles. Jennifer handles everything transactional for the agency, accounts payable, accounts receivable. She does all the operating subsidy applications, payroll, and budget, handles all of that stuff. And Priscilla assists her with budget, internal cost accounting, as well as handles payroll herself. So our budget process, just a little bit of history. We go back, it's almost a 12-month process, this budget. We start in September of every year with staffing plans. And then that progresses. We work with each manager and department head, submits a budget to their directors. The directors review it, submit it to the budget team. Then each department head or director prepares a business plan with goals and accomplishments, and those are all consistent with our strategic plan outcomes. And then each one of those people meet with the team of the CFO, their officer, and the department head itself, and then the consolidated budget itself is then submitted to Ed for review. And so today, all four of us, Brandy, Jennifer, Priscilla, and myself, are going to be presenting. Share the wealth this year. Everybody will be involved because I want you guys to know, who's actually putting all of this work in, and they have deep knowledge of the budgets themselves, so I want them to present to you. So for the agenda, okay, next slide, please. I'm sorry, I should probably be doing that. So Brandy's going to do the background of the organization, what we do, who we serve. Then I'll come back up and talk about the funding environment, and then all four of us will come up and present different parts of the budget to you.
So thank you, Diana. I appreciate being part of, quote unquote, the budget team. I wish I was really part of that, but I know it's the hundreds of other individuals that work towards and get Jennifer and Priscilla on the same page and get me on the same page, so I appreciate that. So I get the benefit of actually talking about a lot of our accomplishments that we have achieved over the years, or over this past year, and again, I get to present it, but it's really the work of the team that's not representative in this room, but also the leadership that Ed provides us each and every day. So we were awarded 41 stability vouchers, and so those are new vouchers coming into the community that we are going to continue our partnership with the local Continuum Care, which is Sarah, who operates that the COC for the city of San Antonio. I know we have reported several times that we were awarded the $17.4 million in city bond funds, and I will just end with that part right there. I can't say anything else. And then we did get some earmark funding, so we got about $4.1 million this year. That's going to be for Fair Avenue, Alazan, and Cassiano. And I think one of our largest accomplishments is the completion of Victoria Plaza. I think we've all been hearing updates and just pleased. And this does say 50 individuals are going to be returning home. That's our goal. And so it hasn't been that many have gone back in there as of today, but we feel very confident that we will achieve that. We completed several beautification projects throughout this past year in our public housing communities, and we can see that work being done as we drive by a lot of the communities. We did get to collaborate with multiple organizations within the city for the Landlord Symposium, and so that was just another opportunity to educate and really start recruiting more landlords that are willing to accept that housing choice voucher and increasing housing choice for the several Section 8 families that we have. We did increase with the board's approval and with y'all's help that we increased over 1,700 units of affordable housing, and we expanded our local non-traditional units. So we were really pleased to be able to keep more deeply affordable units in the city of San Antonio through our existing portfolio. And lastly, we had the board's final approval on our anti-bullying policy for our public housing communities that will be rolling out here within the next start of our next fiscal year. So I don't have to always remind the board, but I think it's good to make sure that when we were preparing our budgets, we know it's in the mind of our mission as well as our strategic outcomes. And y'all are very familiar with the outcomes, so I don't really think it's necessary to go through, but I just want to know that any of our business plans and when our teams are preparing the budget, they are really strategically thinking about this and, of course, our mission as an organization. There is a need of affordable housing in our community. As we can see, there is 1 in 15 San Antonians that are on our wait list today. We have approximately 98,000 households that have recognized and have come to us and say, we need that housing assistance. That equates to over 220,000 individuals that just say we need housing. And so, unfortunately, we know this number is going to continue to grow because we can't keep up with the housing market as fast as we want to. But a lot of this we saw was just when the pandemic hit, our numbers just went from the roof. And so they were high back then, they're even higher. So our demand of what we need in our community continues to grow.
Just as a reference point, before the pandemic, we were at about 35,000. So essentially 1/3 of where we are today.
So you equated it to 220,000 individuals. And what's the population of San Antonio?
1.4 or 2?
Yeah, something. So it's,
Yeah.
good Lord.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a lot.
And that's waiting. Now we have, as
Right.
Ed and we've talked about, over 60,000 people we serve today. So, yeah.
Okay.
So what we do, actually, we were talking about how many San Antonians we serve. So we serve over 61,000, and that's about 11% of the local rental market. We have a little over 6,000 public housing units. In our Beacon portfolio, we have 4,200. Our partnerships were about 7,200, and that number is going to continue to rise. And then in our Housing Choice Voucher programs, we have a little, almost close to 14,000. And then, of course, you know, part of what we've all talked about, we're not just housers, but we're also support services coordinators, and we have a little over 7,300 families that are enrolled in our CDI core programs.
What is partnership homes? I haven't heard that term before.
The partnership, so all of those development that Tim and his team come every month to the board and say, we want to build these, and we're partnering with other developers to do that. So that's in that portfolio. And then eventually they will come, usually around the 15-year mark. That's when we have the opportunity to fully purchase them, and then they transition into our Beacon Homes portfolio.
Oh, okay. We've never seen partnership homes.
Yeah.
Okay,
So eventually that number will go, and our Beacon number will grow higher, and that one may reduce or grow based off of the need of affordable housing in San Antonio.
The partnership is that we were able to give them like a 4%.
Correct.
Okay, and that's what makes the partnership. And then after 15 years of them receiving the monies, then it comes to, okay.
And in some cases, through those deals, we receive the money. And depending upon the deals, they're always deal specific, but that's why we have to have that number
But it's the 4%.
sufficiently
Okay.
at a level that we can continue to replenish our numbers.
Yeah, because we haven't received enough monies to build our own enough. Yeah, that's sad but true. Thank you.
Welcome. So we wanted to break that number down from the last slide and just focus on some of public housing and our voucher programs. So that out of that 60,000 plus, we have about 41,000 families or individuals that we're serving in public housing and on our voucher program, and it's about 16,700 households. 94% are one-head households. So we do have a lot of single-family head of households on our program. 46% of that 41.7 is actually children. And so we know that we have a lot of opportunities to continue to help our children and know that the homes that we're providing is keeping them safe. So, of course, we love how the math always works out. So on average, it's about 2.5 per household. And then our median income has roughly stayed about the same, about 10.8. I will say prior to the pandemic, it was a little bit slightly higher. It was a little over 11,000. So we have seen the income decrease on several of our families. 52% of our families are on a fixed income, and that makes sense. Most our public housing portfolio is split about 50-50 family to our senior developments, and even on our Section 8 program, it's about 50% senior and 50% family. And then I do like to highlight the fact that we do have 32% of our families earning an earned income, because oftentimes we know that there's some perceptions of who we serve, and we really do have a large number of families that are earning income. It's just not sometimes the case of high dollar income, but they're working and gradually working through some of our support services to get to that income level that they wish to achieve. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the federal funding trend back over to Diana.
Okay, so I'm going to review our federal funding trend for our three major programs that are part of our MTW. We'll give you a 4-year comparison, right? So we start with 2020 and go to 2023. So public housing subsidy is increased incrementally each year. HUD applies an inflationary factor to the formula that they use each year. The last couple of years have been pretty decent. This last year is about 4.8%. They really apply a 6% inflationary factor, but once you go through all of the calculations, we lose a little bit of money because the way they calculate it is they determine what they think you should spend, and then they net your rent against that, and then you end up with what your subsidy is. So those two things together should pay your total cost. But as we could see as we go through the consolidated budget, as you see the line of business for public housing, it's operating at a loss, has been operating at a loss, and will continue to operate at a loss. So HUD does not fully fund that program. The capital fund program did increase from 13 million 2 years ago to 16 million. So that's been consistent for 2 years that we're at $16 million on the cap fund itself. We don't project, we have not gotten official notification of the admin fees, but we're not projecting an increase for admin fees because, again, HUD never really fully funds admin fees. It's about 90% of what they determine it takes to operate the program, the Section 8 program. They only fund us at about 90%. But there was a pretty significant increase in Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher. It was almost an 8% increase. We have received that funding notification for 2023 for $124.6 million. So that gave us a pretty decent increase this past year. It may or may not keep up with inflation, right? But it's been, the last couple of years have been pretty decent increases, inflationary, as far as inflation goes.
And was that
Yes,
throughout
ma'am.
the country, or was that?
So they assigned 10% throughout the country,
Okay.
but then they adjusted it to under 8% for San Antonio.
Okay.
Yes.
But throughout the country, HUD
They're saying
increased
10.
those funds, okay.
Right, but
10%.
some places may get less than us,
Okay.
some places more. Right, New York.
It
Yes.
depends, yeah,
Right.
okay, thank you.
Right. Okay, next slide. So this is sort of old news by now. So this is and you've seen this in a previous quarterly financial report. This is actual. There was an actual funding bill this year, which was wonderful because we deal with continuing resolutions far too often. So there was an actual 2023 Consolidated Appropriations Act. You could see the increases there basically match the increases we received other than the cap fund. And the cap fund actually got a decrease in nationwide funding, but we actually saw a $200,000 increase in our funding. So it was good news. And again, inflation, I think, takes up most of this, right? So next slide. So this being our largest program, I think it's really important that we keep you abreast of our largest expense as well, which is our HAP expense. So you could see that pre-COVID, we were dealing with about 2% inflation a year, right? And then you could see in 2021, when the rent moratoriums and the eviction moratoriums were in place, our actual average HAP actually decreased by just about 1%. But then since then, we've had some payment standard increases that have come to the board. And so those are sort of, you could see them sort of taking place now as we were experiencing about a 4% increase in 2022, 5% in 2023 so far. And then the projection from the Housing Choice Voucher analyst is that we would experience about a 9.7% increase in 2024. Right, so we'll be significantly over what HUD funds us per unit by 2024.
And HAP stands for?
Housing assistance payments to landlords. So for the next slide, I'm going to turn it over to, Jennifer. Jennifer's going to handle the next few slides.
Good afternoon. This slide actually shows the projected revenues for next fiscal year. Where projected revenues is at $258 million, and this slide actually breaks it down by line of business. Of the $258 million, Section 8 generates almost 50% of the revenue at $139.1 million. The $139.1 million includes an increase in HAP revenue and the $9.4 million needed in order to cover the funds of the deficits for public housing, central office, CDI, and Section 8. For public housing, the projected revenue is $45.3 million. Beacon, $46.5 million. Real estate, $4.4 million. Community initiatives, $2.2. Capital funds, $20.1 million. Central office, $0.4 million. This slide shows the total projected expenses for the agency. The projected expenses for the agency is $253.1 million. For Section 8, the projected expenses is $126.8 million. Public housing is $45.3 million. Beacon is 41.9 million. These expenses include the projected expenses for approximately 900 units that are transitioning back from outside managed to in-house. Capital funds is 16.9 million, central office 13.6 million, community initiatives is 4.6 million, and real estate services 4.0 million. This slide categorizes the previous slide's expenses of 253.1 million by category as opposed to line of business. A 6% inflationary factor was applied to expenses plus other necessary increases, including those related to the compensation study. HAP expenses is 116 million. Salaries and benefits is 54.2 million. This amount accounts for the compensation study, which Muriel will cover in the Ops Committee meeting later today. Maintenance replacement items, 25.7 million. We continue to see an increase in maintenance costs across the different portfolios. Capital grants transfers is 15.9. Since the CFP is a cost reimbursement grant, projects are transferred to public housing upon completion of the projects. Admin and other is 14.8, and this is made up of 4.9 in technology and telephone, 1.9 million in consulting, landlord incentives is 1.3, and the remainder are administrative expenses, including legal fees, training, travel, resident internet, and all other administrative costs other than salaries. Utilities is 11 million, interest expense is 6.3 million, insurance is 4.7. Operating subsidy to partners, it's 2.8. Of this, 2.8, yes. This amount is transferred to the partnership properties that contain public housing units. Protective services, 1.7. This does not include the $500,000 in administrative costs to fund the security departments.
Let me ask a question. The capital funds that were in the previous budgets versus capital grants in this one, are they the same?
The same. There may be a timing difference in draws and when we spend the money.
Okay. And are those usually the funds that we're getting from the federal government?
They are. We will have some funds from the city that Brandy mentioned and didn't mention, right? And then we do have the earmark funds that we did not include in the budget because we didn't have those solidified at the time.
Okay, so tell me just shortly, how do you differentiate the earmarked funds from the capital funds?
Oh, every single grant is handled separately, right? So every they have a separate reporting, separate accounting,
Okay.
separate reporting up to
Okay.
HUD. Yeah, because the earmark funds are going to be reported to a different department. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a different system. We draw the money out of. Everything's different.
And what department is that?
I don't know. It's CPF is the new grants. Let me. I am.
We should find out.
Jesus. No, Jesus set it all up, and I'm actually the administrator of it, but I have a grant. I have a grant manager in the department, Jesus de Gogado, who handles all the capital grants. Yes, but I'll find out what department.
Thank you.
And
The next slide will be presented over by Priscilla.
Good afternoon. So this slide shows our operating budget by line of business. For fiscal year ending 2024, public housing is budgeted to have a $5 million loss, as opposed to a budgeted loss of $4.3 million this year. Section 8 is budgeted at a $1 million loss, as opposed to a $1.1 million this year. Beacon is budgeted at a surplus of $4.5 million, which was budgeted at a surplus of $4 million this year. Of that $4.5 million, which was budgeted, they have $3 million in principal loan payments that needs to be set aside for that. Central office is budgeted at a loss of $1 million. Last year, they budgeted at a loss of $0.8 million. CDI is budgeted at a $2.4 million loss. This year, that was budgeted at a loss of $2.3 million. And real estate is budgeted at a surplus of $0.4 million, as opposed to having a $3.7 million surplus budgeted this year. Real estate surplus has decreased due to fewer deals projected in next year's budget, as opposed to in years past. Capital, as Jennifer mentioned, is cost reimbursement, and that's why you see it as a net zero effect. The 1.6 million in eliminations for operating revenue is for internal contract billing. One thing we did new this year is we budgeted the MTW transfers to public housing, CDI, Section 8, and central office to cover their operating losses. The total of transfers was approximately $9.4 million. I will now turn it over to Brandy to go over our capital plans.
So we talked, Jennifer as well as Priscilla mentioned our capital plans. And so each year we look at our 5-year plan and see which projects we were able to address and which projects may have come up to the top. We all start when the team is looking at our 5-year plan and what projects we could potentially do. We look at our physical needs assessment that was conducted, and based off of the costs that was, the services also provides an estimated cost. What we know is that's the best cost estimate at the time. However, there's sometimes when we actually start the project, due to inflation, there may be some changes. In your packet, you will actually see more of the detailed. We definitely consolidated this because you would see the laundry list of projects that we're proposing. But we do have this, and then some projects you will see from year to year may have to switch over to a later column just because there was some unidentified work that needed to be done. We do have in this plan and future plans, we always keep about $650,000 set aside for those emergencies. As much as our team plans, sometimes there's things that just pop up, and operationally those properties cannot afford to get hit with those costs, and so that's where we utilize our capital fund at. We also did add the category in this year, which is the CPF, not to confuse anybody, as CFP, and those are those earmark fundings. And so those are just in 23, but I think we have a goal each year to continue to go out and try to have conversations with our elected official about the needs of our public housing portfolio. So that is the reason why it does not continue, because we don't have confirmation that those will happen. We also do the same exercise in our Beacon. Obviously with Beacon, it's much different than what it is in public housing. Public housing, we know we get those funds straight from the federal government. Beacon, we have to look for resources, and most of those are through the operations of the property, and or we go out and seek loans to do the rehab. Obviously with this climate and the interest rates going up, we have part of our plan right now is not to go out and refinance just because the interest rates are so high. But some of the outstanding items were based from loan funds. Again, in your packet you will see the detail of what projects we are proposing to do. We did add, and I'm pleased to add this year, was grant funds, but those grants funds are the housing bond funds that we know we have received up until, which was that 17 million that we had reported. So we are getting about 8.9 from the city, and that's for only three communities in our Beacon portfolio, and that's the work that will be done there. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over back to Diana to discuss the sources and uses of our MTW funds.
Okay.
So this is, okay, and it is a HUD program, but the department is the Economic Development Initiatives Department. So that's why we have to use a whole new system.
Thank you.
So the sources and uses of MTW funds, you can see we projected at 7/1 for the fiscal year, we'll have $68 million available to us. So the first 9.4 million are for the losses that both Jennifer and Priscilla told you about, right? So we'll have $1 million loss in Section 8 administration, $5 million in public housing, $2.4 million for resident services, and $1 million for central office. And the other uses that are, some of them have already been committed and some would be new. There is $17 million committed to the first phase of Alazan redevelopment. There is investment in MTW units for tax credit properties. So these are 5 properties that we're projecting will come that are 15 years, that are in their end of their first 15-year compliance period, that will come into the Beacon portfolio. And so those are 5 properties that we intend to invest in and purchase the interest in. Then there is the balance of the Snowden construction, which is projected at $6.5 million. Then there's an investment in the Mid-Crown and Ravello properties, and that's a matching amount for a grant. The acquisition of a tax credit investment for $5 million that I believe Tim has either spoken to you about or will. Then there's the additional impact of the compensation study, which is $2.4 million. The future phases of Alazan, there's a set aside of $5.7 million. The building readiness for the child care center is $3 million. There's an additional investment for the 100 Labor Street project construction of $2.5 million. And then there's just sort of a general preservation of affordable housing of $2 million, because we still have properties that once we convert them and transition them, some of them are still experiencing losses, so.
So then let me ask a question about that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know who to ask it, but will the 5.7 million to Alazan that you have projected from, will that plus the other Alazan investments that we're doing, will that make us whole with Alazan, or will there still be investments that we'll need to make in Alazan?
So there'll still be investments we need to make. The 5.7 is our commitment to the next phase.
Okay.
So, and we haven't decided how we're going to do that, if we're going to get tax credit money to assist with that.
Okay.
So as we get closer to actually planning the logistics of the next phase,
Okay.
we will firm that commitment up. What we have set aside, the first item that says Alazan 17 million, that's for the 88 units. So that cash we have. We also have the city bond funds, and so we'll be building that without any debt. The next phase is 88 units, and we have everything committed from a funding standpoint, and the architects are finalizing the work.
And that 17 million is already, their costs are already absorbed in this.
Right.
Architect and the planning,
Right,
Able
right,
City, all
right.
that, okay.
But that's for new units.
Right.
What I'm wondering is, how are we planning to take care of the renovations that we have talked about in Alazan?
So it'll be in phases. So the remaining 500 units, when the 88 units are ready, we'll be able to move 88 families, and then we can start renovating that. So it'll be multiple phases.
Okay,
So the 5.7 will be for the next phase that we're committing to.
okay, so it will just be taking
Right,
turns to vacate people.
Right.
And then redo those.
right.
But my question is, where are we getting the monies to renovate Alazan?
So we still have to go through the planning for that. The only phase we planned at this point is the first phase, the new construction of 88 units.
Okay, and that we got through the city?
We got 7 from the city, and we set aside 17 of our own money.
Okay,
So that's the way it's being funded.
okay. Thank you.
Probably, I would think, maybe a year and a half away from planning of the next phase. Is that right, Tim?
Okay, thank you.
I don't see Lincoln in here, so I just wondered where reference to that is.
So Lincoln, we have already paid for the master planning, and when we initiated that process, we were very optimistic about the Build Back Better
Funding.
financing, and that would have provided $70 billion for public housing. Since that funding dried up, we're going to have to allocate new funding to that as we decide on the timing of Lincoln. At this point, we don't have any money allocated to Lincoln aside from the master planning. We'll have to have that
As I was
conversation.
saying, because of the expenses. I mean, it's, right? It's, at this point, we don't know where that money's going to come from.
Right. At this point, we don't know.
It just feels like we should probably have that conversation soon. I mean, anytime we do the whole modeling community conversations, people get excited, and then if we're not on the back end planning, what's financially possible, where could we go, what are we willing to do? I feel productive paranoia about that,
Yeah.
and so I wonder if that's something
Okay,
that can be
that's a good
elevated for the
point.
next.
Very good
I
point.
mean, and I think hopefully, is that where, isn't that where we could use partnerships? I get it, there's political influence that, from the neighborhoods that
We do.
could be upset about that, but
Yeah, we can do that. We also, one of the things that we've talked about internally, we have unused land that we've banked on, and that could become available for sale in order to raise funding. But we don't have any specific plans at this point about Lincoln.
And I'm on the same page with Commissioner Contreras, and I brought this up in the past. We made this presentation, these beautiful renderings of buildings that are going to be built on that property, and it could be 10 years from now before they even see it, So my concern was, why did we do that to get them excited, and then it's not going to happen anytime soon?
Well, I recall at the time, we were expecting the Build Back Better funding to come through, and that's why we started that process.
It would be helpful to just have that conversation, since we are talking about annual funding and, approving an annual budget. At least get back to the table, like, this is the original financing path that fell through. What are we committed to? And having that conversation in light of this annual budget would be really helpful.
Yeah, and what other options we should look at in order to follow through that commitment.
Yeah.
Because I think that the board wants to be involved in that discussion.
Yep. And we can plan to have that at a future ops committee meeting.
Thank you.
So this shows our personnel count, and you can see that there's a net 20 plus positions. 10 of them are maintenance positions in public housing, and 9 of them are administrative positions in central office due to growth in operations that have been created more work in central office. The most of the negatives were simply reclassifying positions from the operating departments into a operations support department of 58 people. And then the final slide is simply our organizational structure, and that shows you, starts with the board with a dotted line to internal audit, the president, CEO, each officer, and the departments reporting to that officer.
Is this any different from what David had?
We have a public affairs officer who was a communications director before,
Okay.
and we have a planning officer who was a planning director before.
Okay.
We've not added positions, but we've
okay.
rearranged positions.
Okay. Because we're $1 million in the hole with our central office budget, I don't know how HUD gets to that allocation, but it might be good for us to see if there's any way that we can let go of the 9 new, something, so that we either convince them that in fact we've grown and we need additional monies there, because it just doesn't look good PR-wise for central administration to be $1 million over.
So these numbers are very consistent with last year and the prior year, Dr. Guzman.
Uh-huh.
So public housing, I believe last year was 4.5 million shortfall. We're at 5 million this year. Last year was $1 million in central office. We're again at $1 million. And it's basically the HUD formula for funding.
Okay.
They know it costs more to run an organization than what they actually fund for both public housing and Section 8. So that's really the basis of the shortfalls. And MTW agencies have the flexibility to be able to move money around. And regular housing authorities, they cannot do that. So they actually have to do what you're suggesting, which is, cut staff and cut services. And so we've really made a commitment to not cutting services.
Okay.
I think the other example is CDI, Community Development Initiatives, our resident support initiatives. We've been funding that for $2.5 million per year for at least the last 10 years. And, that's a commitment we made as an organization that we want to support our residents. Other non-MTW agencies would actually have to cut services as opposed to being able to do what we're doing.
Well, I think if you have services as part of, and you're the expert, I just kind of played in it. But if you have services under the central, you might be able to take services out of central and put it where the investment is taking place, and that should make a big difference in allocations and over expenditures. I'm always looking for ways that people will understand that we are very careful with their money,
Yeah.
that we are not gloating with staff, and that we will follow kind of the best way of working. I think services to the residents is extremely important, but I would venture to say that you could find that into another category budget rather than central.
So, and I think the other thing that Diana has considered is the old way of doing the accounting used to be with allocations.
Right,
So
right.
we used to allocate all of our costs, and it would go through a computer program that moved the costs out to the various locations.
Right.
It doesn't change the cost structure,
No.
but it just moves it to different places.
Well, but in my estimation, what it does is it clarifies to the public how the expenditures are being utilized. And I think that that's really important as monies become tighter, for the public to understand that we're being very fiscally responsible in the way that we allocate monies and in the way that we serve our tenants.
So I can tell you, though, that in reality, we haven't actually, in the past, funded the administration, the COCC, because they didn't actually experience the actual loss, right? It's budgeted, but because of savings or vacancies, position vacancies, we haven't actually had to use those funds in the past. And the other thing is, so it does get sort of in the weeds, but you were talking about allocating the costs.
Right.
But I can tell you that although HUD does provide an inflationary factor in the management fee they allow us to charge,
Okay.
they've never changed the bookkeeping fee and the asset management fee. They date back to 2007. No inflationary factor. So that really is what puts the stress and the strain on that administrative department.
Madam Chair, my understanding is that, I guess for budget purposes, those line items are there, and they do show a loss, but there is no loss because the monies are there from MTW, as Ed said. The monies are there, so it's not really in the budget line item that shows a loss, but
Right.
the money is there. If we start moving people or positions around, I think it will start to affect us as residents because those services are not there or they were moved around to be able to save money.
No,
But even though we don't need to save the
No.
money, the money's there from MTW.
Moving organizational expenditures, budgeting should not impact at all the way that those organizations function with the tenants. That's just totally separate. It just, when you're looking at budgeting, you look at where best to allocate the different categories, so it shows clearly what we're spending directly on the tenants versus administering the behemoth that we have.
I think the other point is, as an MTW agency, even though we track our funding differently by separate lines, we're block granted our funds, is really the agreement we have with HUD.
Okay.
So the money we put in public housing as a loss, that's just what a normal housing authority would do. Since we're block granted, we have the ability to move money to the uses that we've decided are best.
Yeah. And that's really great.
I think I hear a couple of things. I just want to make sure I understand the issues that commissioners are bringing up. It sounds like while on paper it might look like we have a deficit, when you look at holistically, we're not running on a deficit. So that's important to understand, right? Cash on hand versus commitments and what we've pulled to balance out. I think the other thing that you're bringing up is like when you see central office, overhead 40% or whatever, one could tell their own story about what that means. But as an internal team, 10% of staff members are actually working on MTW, right? Like 20% are actually doing support within. And so it's like telling the story of within a big a bucket like central office. It's not just like admin overhead, which is sometimes the narrative people tell, but they're linked to different programmatic components. And I think that's what you're saying.
Exactly.
Like if we can tell the better story, doesn't mean necessarily changing anything. It's just like looking at a big percentage overall doesn't help someone who doesn't internally understand the organization that what's actually doing, who's doing what and how much of that is actually to each program. I do have a couple clarifying questions, just looking at the decreases on slide 18. How much of those numbers, 20% decrease, 20 position decrease on assisted housing, 19 on property management, 13 on Beacon, how much of that is a vacancy, so it's not going to be felt, versus it's a true cut?
Those were actually reclassified to this operation support. So Brandy sort of restructured her.
That's why the percentages, I was trying to make sense. Okay, so that explains the percentages. Like when I look at property management and I see 2023 43, 2024 22, that's a 19 difference, but that's not 3%.
These are, the personnel distribution is just by department.
Okay, so
Right.
it's just like moving things or moving
Yes,
people
yes,
around.
right.
Okay,
Right.
got it. So in terms of, I understand the math here. Can you share anything about impact that we should be aware of that would either like positive impact, the movement in these positions helps us too, versus as a board, you should be aware that these decisions on the personnel piece have these negative
Right.
impact on.
I'm going to let Brandy handle.
So while
I can
Brandy's
take-
getting up there, I also want to mention what is directly impacting personnel is as we take properties back into our ownership, properties that were third-party managed, that the employees were not ours, now they're becoming our employees, or we have to staff up that property to run it. So that's one of the impacts that we see in the operations as we bring properties back. So several years ago, instead of 670, that would have been somewhere around 550 employees. As we started bringing properties back, that increased our head count.
And so then it would be really helpful if that becomes part of your budget presentation, is how we are increasing the responsibilities of the staff, because at the end of the day, why we decided to do that is because we thought that the tenants would get better services and that we would be able to do it less expensively than having it done like it was before. And so I think that part of the budget would be, so at 2022, we had 2 million square feet. And this is what we were spending. In 2023-24, we have 3.5 million, and this is what we're spending, so that we see the relationship between the growth in housing availability to our citizens and our expenditures.
Good point.
I just have one last question on the child care centers. Do we know, are there any updates on that? Like where they're going, what that's?
Yes, and there hasn't been a public announcement made yet. So
Forthcoming.
I believe,
Okay.
are we coming back to the board in the near future, Tim, with that? We still have to bring the contract forward, but there's been an initial design by an architect that we are pleased with, and our potential partners are pleased with, and the next step would be to bring that.
I think we still have to go through DISPO process, which does seek board approval, so.
Great. The only thing I was thinking in my mind, like how solidified it was just location, and are we like
Right.
location-wise placing them where there is the highest need? Thinking about, I know facilities drive a lot of that, but just, D5 obviously is an area of high concentration, and so is there access? I'm thinking more in terms of the strategy behind location, making them most accessible to where they're needed the most.
Is that do you want to, okay. Well, we can talk about the location at first, and that was when we first were looking at where these centers may be. We looked at vacant land that was unused at the time, and that's how we started our process. And then with that, with the organizations that we work with, they looked at the demographics on who they were wanting to serve and who we serve. And so the location that we identified is in D2, and it's close to a public housing community. It was use of land that we were not utilizing, and actually it did have a structure that we were hoping that could be rehabbed after assessments. It was not something, but we wanted to make sure that there was vacant land in order to, if we had to build. They traditionally like to build or rehab, and that was that location. Now we are still exploring, not just with one partner. We obviously have other partners, and just yesterday we opened up the Levin Center. That is something that they are extremely interested in, have not only talked to Ed yesterday a couple of times, they've talked to myself and to Joelle to say, what other properties can we get into? So it's a different format than, a child care all day, but this is also something that we recognize with the 40,000 plus children that we have that could be beneficial to them.
And I will tell you that when we're thinking about the needs of our tenants, we know that there's no way that we can physically build enough daycare to really take care of them. And so I would invite you to look at what other options we may have, rather than the expenditure of building a daycare and then staffing a daycare that would better serve more of our tenants.
And I think
maybe even do some partnerships with the city that has daycare operations, as well as private, because a problem that persists in daycare in early childhood is that many of them do not have the quality that we wish they had. And so us investing monies in upgrading those that would serve more of our children and really benefit other children might be something, and I'd be happy to work with you on that, because,
Yep.
that's what my degree is in.
Yeah.
Thank you for that suggestion. And the event yesterday. It was really exciting, and it's working with a partner to do exactly that. So we turned one of our community rooms into an after-school space for kids, and our partner is going to provide the teacher to come and teach the kids every day. And we're really excited about that. It didn't cost us much money, and they're making the commitment. It's a nonprofit. They're making a commitment to provide teaching resources.
Well, that sounds wonderful.
Yeah, I think what we realize, there's multiple different models, and we're exploring every single one. So we have different models going on to see what is best to meet the needs of the kids in our communities.
And we are welcome to getting your expertise to help us in the process.
I'd be happy to.
So, Commissioner Contreras, I know you had one other question. It was about, okay, perfect.
Brandy, don't sit.
I will stay right here.
Property management, that's all public housing, correct?
No, actually, we need to rename that tool, that area. That is not, and I know it kind of gives the illusion that it's our community managers. That is actually, the property management is the central office. So our directors and our assistant directors that we cannot directly charge, that makes up that line item. All of our maintenance, all of our property management teams are all up in that public housing line item where it says 227 positions.
Okay. I was a little worried because
I know.
Right now we're kind of overworking some of our managers with 4 or 5 properties that they have to manage, and hopefully we're looking at trying to hire.
That's the administrative part. We probably just need to add admin on there so it's a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're trying to hire more property managers to lighten those loads if we can.
So most of the new positions are maintenance.
Oh, okay.
And I will have some time with you next week, and so I will tell you how asset management and that bubble that HUD makes us work in.
Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestions, board members. I know Priscilla and Jennifer are still here, and they actually prepare the budget presentation. So we'll make sure we update it for next year.
Well, it was an excellent presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Great job, ladies. Thank you.
And thank you for the presentation that Commissioner Kaufman and I had last week.
And I'll make a motion for acceptance of Resolution 6358.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so it's approved.
Now, reports.
So we will take it back to the board meeting for final vote, since this is a committee meeting, and it'll be on consent agenda at that point.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. I always like that to be clarified, especially when there's more than the normal amount at these committee meetings.
To save us time in that meeting, since we're present except for one, could we approve it all the way through right at this moment? Or should we wait for the board meeting?
I think your practice has been to go to the formal board meeting.
Okay. Just looking in interest of time.
Yeah, you could in the future, but I think your practice has been to allow for everybody to,
To be here.
yeah, and if any other questions come up before then, and so that would be for 3 and 4 that y'all are making it go to the
Right.
regular meeting.
I think so too.
Did you want to adjourn this?
Are there any reports? There being no further business, we can adjourn this committee.
There we go.
Do you want to take 5 minutes? Just a couple minutes real quick?
Yes, please.
Okay, yeah. Okay, well, yeah, take a break real quick. We'll come back in 5 minutes.
Oh, look at that dress. I had a question.
a closed session today, so in case you have to come out and use the bathroom.
Thank you.
We have access.
I worked at the YWCA in Choco, and we operated licensed daycare and after-school in like 5 different public housing properties. And Graciela and I were friends, she passed away a few years ago. But we would come over here and visit Mr. Hornsby and give him our billing, and we'd pick up a check, and it was wonderful. I learned so much about public housing. And they were licensed takers. We had an Alabama and a child food and summer farm programs. It was so wonderful to go to those places that, you know, right.
We have enough with our mission, to tell you the truth.
I was just like, great idea. That's how I got my job here.
Yeah, let's go buy some daycare
I
centers.
loved it. I loved it. And I think it's, what's more needed?
Yeah, exactly.
You cannot work without free daycare. Which is the only reason I do like that idea, is because it is free.
If we've got some additional funds, that would be a great place, because I have to talk to someone, but I don't think we're doing well enough is to keep track of our numbers in the different categories. Because I think we're doing a good job to bring excellence into the organization. But unless you have
Valerie, since we're on continuation, do we need to do roll call again?
I don't know if y'all usually do roll call again. I don't think so, but you can if
Okay.
you'd like. I don't remember what you normally do before. I
All
don't
right.
think y'all do.
I'll say no.
Yeah,
The Board of
and
Commissioners or its committee may hold a closed meeting pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071-076 for consultation concerning attorney-client matters, real estate, litigation, personnel, and security matters. The board or committee reserves the right to enter into closed meeting at any time during the course of the meeting. Do we have any public comment?
There are no individuals signed up to speak.
There being none, we'll go into individual items. Item number 3, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6302 as written. George Ayala, Director of Procurement, or, no, Muriel?
Yes, I'm standing in for
you're standing in?
George
Okay.
today.
Well,
Domingo
go ahead.
is going to introduce the item, and then I will follow him talking about the procurement process.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is the intrusion protection and security. What's important to note about this is that IT and... Can you hear me okay? Some kind of feedback? Okay. IT and security. Okay. Let me try again. IT and security worked extensively with procurement on the scope of work. What this brings to you is best practices, which is what is known as a layered protection. Each device is intended to work in concert with the other. The example would be if you have a glass detection, then you have motion, you know that you have a good intrusion alert, and security with cameras is able to actually look at this. With respect to the individual vendors, this individual vendor, VIA Technology, does have quite extensive experience and does have proof of concept working with us already. We have several properties where they installed both intrusion protection and security cameras, and one of them was a very successful event that happened recently where we were able to work with SAPD and provide a critical piece of evidence. Muriel?
So this solicitation was for intrusion protection and security cameras for 18 multi-level properties in the public housing portfolio. And so on September 28th, Opportunity Home issued a request for proposals, and it closed on November 3rd. It was published on multiple websites, directly solicited to 10 vendors, and we received 4 bids. And so our evaluation criteria include experience, project management and implementation technical solution, price, and strength of the Section 3 and SWIMBY plans. And so staff is recommending contract award to VIA Technology. They are the highest rated, responsive, and responsible proposer. So the cost is not expected to exceed an amount of $1,286,078 for year 1, which includes implementation cost, and then $302,776 for each of years 2 and 3. So this award includes pricing for installation, annual monitoring and maintenance costs for the initial year, and then the annual monitoring and maintenance costs for years 2 and 3. Yes, ma'am. The 18 properties, the focus was on multi-level properties, so properties that had more than one level. So that's where the focus was on.
And what made us choose those?
The multi-level properties were the ones that we frequently get more concerns about when it comes to security, mainly because you have people living in multiple levels, and what we've seen is sometimes residents, and Commissioner Casillas, you can correct me if I'm wrong, will put like rocks or some type of impediment in between doors to let friends or others in to the community, and that, you know, some of that is one of the reasons why we wanted to include security cameras to kind of see who's doing that, but also the intrusion protection to kind of prevent that from happening in the first place.
So is it also accurate that the multi-level properties tend to be senior disabled properties?
Yes, sir, that is correct as well.
We don't have that capacity right now.
Right now, we don't have this full solution at every property. We have bits and pieces, and some of the security camera technology is dated.
So you want to replace whatever's there and add new?
That's a good question, Commissioner. Pardon me. The example I'll offer you is Fair Avenue. It has a very old system. While it's still functional, we can't monitor it off-site. So myself as security, with this new proposal, we're going to be able to
monitor outside a building? Or
well, we can monitor it remotely. The security cameras right now at Fair Avenue are still working, but whenever SAPD needs a copy of a video for any reason, we can't even download it. It's that old. So we're actually going to be replacing some of the existing equipment, which is what Muriel said, it's very dated.
I'm sure you have this information, but I think as a board, it would be good to share it with the board. And that is all of the properties that we have, and then what security exists in those properties, whether it's functional or not, and when do we plan to add a functional system, so that becomes then the plan for intrusion for the entire system. And you should have that, but we haven't seen it, and I think it would be very helpful for us, because tenants or people in the community come and talk to us and they say, well, I don't feel safe, and then I could go, well, we have 6 cameras, we have this, we have that, but right now, I don't have the information to be able to defend you. And I think that board members would like to have that.
That's an excellent point, Dr. Guzman. And that was what led Brandy to direct me and Joanna to work together and come up with a solution that we're going to roll out incrementally. Matter of fact, today in in executive session, we're going to be sharing some information to that exact point. Now, we know where we have security. We know why we deploy them there, but what we were lacking is this technology that works in concert with the boots on the ground, as I refer to it. But we're looking forward to presenting that to you.
So we haven't used this company before?
No, yes, we have. VIA Technology is very well proven, and they've got several of our properties already. They're very reputable, and I have to add, they're also very responsive. We had a critical incident at Lincoln, and I ended up having to make a phone call, and it was the owner himself who helped me out immediately. Something we never had before.
And I was going to point out also to the Board of Commissioners that this is an item on closed session for further discussion as allowed by the Open Meetings Act, so you all can get into more specifics on that. So you'll see it on the agenda later in the session. We can go in now or, at the time for the rest of the matters to be discussed.
Well, then can we hold on voting on this, on moving it forward until we hear the
Certainly you can.
specifics?
Certainly can.
Then I'd like to table it till after the closed session.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Okay, so.
Do we need a motion on the
Do we need
tabling?
a motion on tabling it then?
You can do that if everyone is in agreement.
I'd like to make a motion that we table Resolution 6302 until after the closed session.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We will table that motion to closed session. Item number 4, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6351, authorizing the revision of the resident paid utility allowance in accordance with HUD. It's not Joel.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ruth Bautista. I'm one of the Assistant Directors for the Federal Housing Program. And today we will be presenting the Public Housing Utility Allowance for 2023. And I want to just share some background information on utility allowance. Where residents pay their own utility bills, HUD requires public housing authorities to revise resident-paid utility allowances to reflect the new utility consumption levels as a result of the utility savings generated from energy and water conservation measures. On our first slide, utility allowance, they're provided to families paying income-based rent when the cost of utilities is not included in their rent. The utility allowance is subtracted from the total tenant payment. So basically, residents who are responsible for paying utilities that are not included in the rent receive a utility allowance for reasonable utility consumption that must be subtracted from the rent. Our next slide, please.
How do you calculate reasonable?
Well, actually, that's a good question. We had Group 14, our engineering firm, that actually received the contract, and they actually studied over 4,000 households to determine what a reasonable consumption was here in San Antonio.
My fear was like, I just find it, and then it doesn't match at all.
Yes, ma'am. Our second slide addresses utility allowance revisions. HUD required utility allowances to be reviewed annually to reflect the new utility consumption levels as a result of the utility savings generated from energy and water conservation measures throughout the program. And that is where we had Group 14 Engineering, who was contracted to complete the assessment for public housing and Section 8. Our next slide is addressing utility rate update. The residential utility rates from CPS Energy have increased within the last year on an average of 3.7% for electricity, 84% on gas, and for water and sewer is 1.7%. Opportunity Home is required to conduct an annual assessment of the utility allowance schedule for the public housing program tenant-paid utilities and other services in an effort to determine if there had been any utility rate increases of 10% or more. Our next slide talks about the change from our existing allowances. So Group 14 Engineering calculated utility allowance for over 4,000 families, housing units using the HUD prescribed engineered calculation methodology. The updated allowance included changes in utility rates. So the total changes in rate allowances varied anywhere from 1.8 increase for sites with electricity and water and up to 37% increase for sites with electricity and gas. And this was specific to public housing units. Our next slide talks about the financial impact. Savings generated from the energy and water conservation measures will be captured by Opportunity Home to pay the debt service for the EPC project. Due to the energy and water conservation measures installed, residents will consume less utilities. Therefore, there will be no significant financial impact to most residents. Some residents may have a reduced utility allowance. We are required to post any utility allowance changes 30 days before they go into effect. So the 2023 public housing utility allowance will help Opportunity Home San Antonio residents have access to affordable utilities.
And when will this go into effect? The changes?
That's a good question, and I'll go ahead and find out for you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Also, I noticed, it did say that some are going to, I noticed some are going down, most are going up, but I know we had properties that all bills were paid. That's being changed now because I noticed almost every property is going to receive some type of compensation. So does that mean they're all now going to be paying for their utilities? Because I noticed on the chart, I went through each property and I noticed either there was an increase in the allowance or there was a decrease, and there were some that had zero, and now they're going to receive an allowance. Were those zeros properties that didn't pay for their utilities?
Thank you for asking that question, Commissioner Casillas. We actually have 53 properties where residents actually pay for their CPS bill. So there's a little over 70 that we have, and the rest actually are all bills paid by Opportunity Home.
So when the bills are paid by Opportunity Home, electric, for example, then we apply to HUD as part of our request for funding to include that in our payment directly to us. So there is no flow through to the resident. So the resident calculation for rent is a little bit higher. So the resident actually pays a little higher rent because they don't have utilities to pay for.
So
It's
then
just
the-
like in the private market, when you look for an apartment that is utilities paid, it'll be slightly higher in rent.
So then the chart that we received with, it's not every property then, it's just the ones that get an allowance? Because like I said, I noticed some that were getting a zero allowance, so during the calculation, that means that they didn't receive an allowance, but now they're going to.
I'm going to step in for Ruth really quick. So we are not changing if it's all bills paid to tenant paid. The document that they give us, Group 14 will prepare it for everything in case we want to ever look in the future to change from that. We have, at this time, we are not making any commitments to change from fully paid by the organization to residents, but they will provide us a list. So this one, the impact is only to those residents that get the utility allowance today. They're the ones that are going to receive either a higher or slightly lower based off of the calculation. I hope that clarifies. So we probably, we take their working document and put it as our submission, so maybe next time we'll just go ahead and take it out to avoid any confusion. But we didn't want to adjust their working documents.
Thank you.
And then I think you had the question on when it goes into effect. So obviously today we're bringing it to the board. It comes back under consent for our June board meeting. We are required to give our families 30-day notice. And so it's after the 30-day notice, and then it's when they do the recertifications.
So it takes effect when the next recertification happens?
It does. So, but we don't implement it until we get board approval, and then we have to do the notice to all of our residents that there is a change in utility allowance.
So like me, I won't see the increase for 3 years in my next recertification.
That's correct. Or if there's a change in, because our residents will oftentimes bring us changes, we can process it at that time too.
Okay.
Are there any
more questions?
Any more questions?
I have a question. Could we get a savings if the building just had 1 meter and it all, so that we could pay instead of individually, we could pay, I'm just always trying to utilize the numbers to create some savings.
Right.
And if at the end of the day, we're paying for it anyway, I'm just wondering how we could explore getting some savings from CPS if they only have 1 tenant and then we do the work in the distribution.
So this is something we have talked with CPS over the years from time to time, and unfortunately, the way they structure their rates for residential and even multifamily rates, there is no volume discount, which we would love to have. So they don't offer volume discounts. So if they bill us, it's going to be the same amount as if they bill the residents individually. It's the same rate structure, et cetera. Now, I know the CEO, there's a new CEO at CPS, so it may be worth starting a discussion with them again, but I know.
And then do some research to see if other housing authorities are able to get that from their utility providers, and then we can come in with a proposal, because it saves them hundreds of dollars to have 1 customer versus 6,000.
Right. It's certainly something we can start new discussions with CPS about.
I'd be happy to help with that.
Okay. Now, the way our utilities are calculated, HUD funds our utilities, so if there's any savings, ultimately those savings will be captured by HUD. The formula uses a 3-year rolling average, but basically if we save half of our electricity, it eventually goes back to HUD.
It's
a great system.
Are there any other questions?
No, I think just for like understanding of, every individual item isn't created equally, right? Like this one specifically, when it comes to like board approval, it's basically saying like, we're under this program, HUD requires us to do an annual, analysis and adjustment. The team has done the analysis and the adjustment, and we're approving based on the analysis and adjustment. There's not a lot of discretion. So in terms of like conversation and potential pushback from the board or looking at different things, this is one of those that's pretty tightly monitored by HUD, and it's like, we just have to do it, not that there's a lot of wiggle room, right?
Right, they're not open for discussion on it.
Right, yeah. I just wanted to make sure this is different than an RFP, right? An RFP, there's a lot more internal discretion versus something that's pretty cut by the book from HUD.
Yes, but you always, I will tell you that always, particularly when there's a new CEO, and we haven't done the research on how other housing authorities are paying the utilities. I think, at least from my point of view in administration, you always try to find a way to save some money. And if there is the possibility to do it, especially when something like the CEO of that changes. And so I think that especially an organization like ours that gets federal funding and state funding and serves the community, I think it's very important for the community to know that we are doing the best we can to save them money.
To save HUD money, because we wouldn't feel the impact of that. Like the
It's
organization
federal
wouldn't.
money. It doesn't matter whose it is. If we're saving money, we're saving money. Whether it's for us or HUD,
it could be leverage. Hey, by the way, we saved you this much money.
But I just think that's not looking at your expenditures and reviewing them doesn't speak for good management. And I think we want to be known as the best managers possible.
And any other comments, questions? Take a motion on Resolution 6351.
I so move.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ruth. Consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6357, authorizing the award of contracts for resurfacing services organization-wide to EA Contractor and Rodeo Contracting.
Hello, good afternoon, Commissioners. I will be speaking for the resurfacing contract. Resurfacing is primarily used during the make-ready process. We utilize the resurfacing when maintenance supervisors conduct their move-out inspection of the unit to create a scope of work. If they feel at the time that they inspect the unit that the countertops in the kitchen, the vanity tops in the bathrooms or the bathtubs are in good condition, they'll decide to go ahead and resurface it instead of using a different method of replacing it altogether. When that happens, it not only saves us money by resurfacing, but also time on getting the unit ready for reoccupancy. So I'll be available. I'm going to turn it over to Muriel, and I'm available to answer any questions about the resurfacing contract. Thank you.
Good afternoon again. So for this particular procurement, we issued an invitation for bids on March 8th, 2023 for resurfacing sinks, tubs, showers, and countertops, which closed on March 31st. The IFB was published on multiple websites and directly solicited to 29 contractors. We received 5 bids. Our evaluation criteria included purchase price, reputation of the bidder and their goods or services, including past performance, quality of the goods or services, extent to which the goods or services meet Opportunity Homes needs, total long-term cost, and any relevant criteria contained within the solicitation document. And so staff is recommending contract awards to the two lowest price qualified bidders. So the current award recommendation is for $500,000, and this is organization-wide, which would include public housing as well as Beacon, as well as central office. And the award includes pricing for the resurfacing of bathtubs, shower pans to include surrounding walls, and kitchen and bathroom sinks, and the refinishing of kitchen and bathroom countertops. I stand ready to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Yes, what are the countertops made of when we put them in? Are they granite, are they formica, are they?
She'll answer that.
It really depends on the property. It's property specific. A lot of times you'll see laminate or formica. We typically will not resurface the granite countertops or quartz or anything like that because it just won't work, the material we use. So it's going to be, when we resurface, not only are we resurfacing to do like minor repairs to the countertops, but it's also to do an upgrade. So we've established new colors, and we'll put like specks in the speckles in the paint or the formula, so that way it has that upgraded finish to it. But it won't be anything like granite or quartz. It'll be laminate or formica.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
And just before you vote, just to clarify, Commissioner Lopez, the same thing as the last meeting. Your voting is to go to the regular meeting, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I take a motion.
Moving it forward.
6537.
I so move.
I'll second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you. Consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6353, authorizing the President and CEO to renew or place insurance policies covering the listed policies.
Yes.
Diane, you're up.
So this is all lines of insurance. They all renew on 7/1, other than flood insurance, because they have their own, they control that market. So all of these will be renewed on 7/1. We will go out for pricing. The request is for just over $5 million. Last year, we also requested $5 million, but we ended up at just about $3.9 million because we had expected not just an inflationary increase last year, we expected, because of the construction costs rising so much, that the building values would be adjusted, but they're now adjusting them this year. So we're asking for $5,076,468,000. We do use a broker. She's here with us today from McGriff Services, Susan Gola. She's been with us for many years. And she will assist us with going out and pricing insurance in the market. And then what we'll do is, after this is an estimate, and then once we place all of the insurance, and we'll bring it back to you and report out what the actual costs were.
Any questions?
So this $5 million covers for the next fiscal year,
Yes, it syncs up with our fiscal year. Mhm.
and this is for all insurance properties. It covers the entire agency.
Everything.
A lot of money. I move to accept 6353.
We have a motion to accept. Go ahead.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Looks like item number 7, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6354, 23 FAC 05-17, and 23 DEV 0517. As written, Tim Alcott.
Hello, so this is Mid-Crown Senior Provision. You've seen this project before because I brought it in February. Mid-Crown is 196 units, 39 of the units are public housing. There's a lot of 60% units, but there's a lot of vouchers there as well. I brought it back in February because we bought out the investment partner for $350,000. But this brings up to what Dr. Guzman said earlier. Where are we? What's a partnership home? So this is a partnership home that is during the first 15, just hit year 15, and now we're going to switch it over to the Beacon portfolio. And so we're buying out the partners, and at that point in time, we have a lot more control on the project. And the last step of this is that we are paying off the mortgage that's there, and we're refinancing it with Frost National Bank. And you'll see that it's about $6 million. It's not to exceed $6 million. And I made a little change on the resolution, so you got to change, but it says $6 million plus closing costs, because I like to have a little leeway. And the $1 million, which is the last point, is really for if we have to buy down the note in any way to be able to hit the debt coverage ratio. So it's going through Frost Bank's underwriting right now, but we have a short timeline to get these deals done. And so we don't have the final terms, but they did say that the loan that we'll have will be a 10-year amortization on a 30-year loan, so it'll be around 4.37%. So it's a pretty good loan rate, for that $6 million. And we're looking to buy it, bring it back into our portfolio. Is there another?
What's the value on this property?
So we're getting it appraised. We talked to Daniel Long, and he's with Frost National Bank, and he thought that it would be worth 3 to 4 times what the debt is on it. So that puts you in the $18 to $20 million range. Now, we'll get the actual appraisal soon, and I can give you the right number.
Okay.
Do we run a similar process, like to identify potential financing institutions like Frost, and then pick whoever? Like, is it similar to an RFP process?
Yeah, we actually started that. Well, it's not necessarily similar to an RFP. We don't put out for an RFP, I guess, for that. But we talked to many different. Like, this was originally was a HUD 221 D4 loan. We were just going to assume the loan. The process was taking a long time. And so we ended up switching to Frost Bank at the last moment, but as we were going through it, because we wanted to close within 60 days because of other issues that we have with the other $350,000 we brought to the board before. We have deadlines to pay them the $350, and we can't do that until we get HUD approval. And but we don't put an RFP out for these lenders.
So
help me on that.
How do we ensure we get the best?
So basically, I can tell you the process Tom used when he was here. He would go through and quote with different banks and basically it's a sheet quote, and based on that decide who is best. Now Frost is in a particular advantage because all of our funds are held at Frost Bank, our active funds, and we have a good relationship with them. This particular type of financing is what's called bank qualified debt, and that means that as an entity we can issue debt it's really a bond that Frost holds in their portfolio, and it's tax-free income. So because it's tax-free, they can lower the rate from what the market rate would be. So we have shopped around like with other institutions, and if they can't do the bank qualified debt, that the market rate is a little higher, it would be above 5%. So
the other challenge, I guess, if you do an RFP, the challenge would be interest rates change, and so if you did a 5-year RFP and you don't know what the property is, it'd be very difficult. But you threw me a little loop for that question because we never have done that.
The thing I was protecting against, or I guess mining for, was risk to the board in approving for, we understand the protocols or the guardrails through an RFP process that we can leverage when someone says, well, why did you pick, we can defend a decision and say we went through a process that was equitable. So I just wondered, when we select these financial institutions, what is that process that we as a board can feel ready to defend the decision and not be like, ooh, I don't know, someone just picked him, someone was friends with, not that that's what's happening, but,
Yeah.
you have to ask the questions.
Right.
Yeah.
What I would suggest is in the future, maybe we list the quotes, the 3 different or 4 different people that we actually went to for quotes to show that it's competitive and all of that. And we can put that in the memo.
That's usually the way that it's presented, where you show the board the data that you utilize to make your decision.
And oftentimes what we do also is when we see the 4.37%, we look at other deals we close, and recently we have enough of them, that we know that that's really low. But we can absolutely get 3 quotes on there. No one's doing the 4.37 right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, nobody's that low anywhere. Nobody's that low anywhere, so. Any other questions?
Just ask for approval.
Right, I'll take a motion on Resolution 6354.
I motion we move Resolution 6354 to the board meeting.
I second.
We have a first and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It carries. Mr. Alcott, you're back up. Consideration of appropriate action regarding Resolution 6359 as written.
Yes, and so this is Tigoni Villas. It is. Here's some pictures of the property. This one, we're not a partner in it. So this one, we're only issuing the debt on the property or the bonds on the property. And so we get paid a fee for doing that. We don't pledge our assets. We simply issue the bonds. And they're able to get better financing. And so we have no liability. We get paid a fee of 1%, which is about $200,000 for this. I guess it's a little bit more than that. It's $24 million, so a little bit more than a little over $200,000 we'll receive, $240,000. This is where it is. They end up actually doing this deal with a nonprofit rather than us. It's Devco, who's a reputed builder. It has units to all different AMIs, which is listed here. But 16% or 30% AMI and so forth. But we have no liabilities. We just ask you for the permission to generate some income here of $240,000.
A deal like this, what do they, well, we weren't a part of it, so we didn't make anything on it. I mean, other than this fee.
We're just getting the bond issuance fee. Yeah, we were not a partner in on this deal. The next deal that we're going to be talking about is Coastal Medina. That one we are in as a partner. We always have the option to look at a deal and
right.
See what's best.
Any questions? With no questions, I'll take a motion on Resolution 6359.
I motion we pass to consent.
Second. We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 9, consideration and appropriate action regarding Resolution 6360. Mr. Alcott, you're back up.
Yes, so this is Coastal Almadena. This has been going to the board for a long time because, back in the day when we owned it for 15 years, and this is another one that was part of our portfolio. It had some foundation issues, and so we identified, brought to the board like 4 properties that were hitting year 15 that we didn't want to own, and this was one of those. And this is just sort of a memory, because we actually have approved this back in December of 2021 with Devco. So we put this out for sale. They purchased the property. They paid us like $2.5 million, but part of it was, hey, we want to apply for bonds, and would you be interested in still being a partner in it if we rehab the development? And so this one is one of the partnership deals, but rather than bringing it into our portfolio, it's to be re-syndicated, which means they're going to be going for bonds again, and then we'll have an option to buy it in 15 years. And so they're like putting $47,000 a unit, $48,000 a unit, of rehab and repairs, per unit. We'll get a developer fee on this, and this has been briefed before, but we had 25% of the developer fee. It's $5.1 million, so we'll make $1.2 million on this, and we get 25% of the cash flow as well. But this is we've gone to the board. At this point in time, we're just asking, because we applied for the bonds, we got the bonds, and now we're going to issue the bonds. And so that's what we are here today, is issue the bonds, and then once we issue the bonds, we can close on this transaction, and we'll become a partner. So stay part of the partnership portfolio that Dr. Guzman had highlighted earlier.
Mm-hmm. And as part of this partnership and this deal, we get quarter of the cash flow.
Yeah, so, we had quarter of the cash flow and 25% of the developer fee. And so you make about $1.2 million on that. We also get the bond issuance fee of 1%, so that'd be like $250,000 as well.
And how much of the 25 million do we pay back?
So it's debt on the property, so it's like a mortgage.
Okay. So it's 25 plus interest.
Right.
And that's what's going to cost us, or is that the total cost?
No, the developer is part of the cash flow, and so when you pay, so you have your debt on the property, and so this is all paid off, and it's all financed in on the deal, and then we get a developer fee, but you have to hit a certain debt coverage ratio, which we've gone through that, and we know it's cash flowing. But we don't provide any of the guarantees on this. So if it does go south, it's on them, not on us. And and are also resyndicating, the tax. So, is there anything else you want to add there?
I was just going to add, at the end of the 15-year period, I assume we would have an option to be able to buy it again.
Yes, we do. Yep.
And this is not a property we were interested in owning because of the foundation issues, but it may be because of the investment they're putting into it. It's attractive in 15 years. We just don't know.
Okay.
The rescinding, so there's tax credits on this, just like it's a brand new deal, like in year one, like when you do a new construction. It's just they're doing it in year 15. They're doing tax credits, they're doing the bonds, and rehabbing the property, and then we have an option to buy it. So it's like it's a new deal.
So like this one in relation to what we saw at Tagoni Villas, because we're not a partner in the deal, we just forego that. We didn't earn anything, and then we don't have the option for it later.
Yeah,
on that
right.
one.
The other one, the difference between the two, this one, we do get a developer fee, and we have the cash
option.
flow and the option to buy it in year 15. The other one, we're just issuing the bonds.
And what are we getting for that?
Just issuing the bonds, 1% of the bonds, which is like $240,000.
We get 1.2 million, part of the developer fee, 1.2 million, plus we get the option on it later, plus 25% of the cash flow, right?
That's the difference, yes, sir.
Okay. No other questions? I'll accept a motion on item number 9.
I motion we move item number 9 to the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's see. We have some discussion items. Oh, okay. Discussion regarding opportunity home recruitment and staffing. Ayana Lagoria, you're up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much. I will be providing a recruitment update for this current quarter. Next slide, please. So we'll go through the quick agenda. I'll discuss our total headcount, the variance, our actual vacancies, where we're at, the staffing by department, what that's going to look like, our recruitment process, which includes our promotions and working out of class, our temporary status employees, and the recruitment and marketing activity. Next slide, please. So right now, our total headcount, when we started our fiscal year, was at 506. We've had 136 new hires, 118 departures. So right now, our total headcount is 524. Just as a way of reference, we did have a really difficult March. I don't know, I'm calling it March Madness. But normally we average about 10 losses per month, 10 departures per month. In the month of March, we had 28. So that did kind of drive the total headcount down a little bit off of where we would like to be. But the good news is I can tell you as of right now, we're at about approximately 536. So we're making up for those losses.
So in our current budget, we had 673 positions that were budgeted for. There were 13 additions, and then taking out the total current headcount, and like I said, we'll use the numbers that are on the slide, it's 524. So we have a total variance of 162. Next slide. So of that 162, next slide, please. There are 16 positions on hold, and I think you'll notice that this number has come down significantly. We've made sure as part of our budget process to either remove the positions that are not going to be filled, make sure that we're identifying which ones are not coming to fruition or that need to be adjusted into a different position, and I think that's what's brought down that number significantly. We also have 91 either temp status employees working out of class, interims, or people that are in the pre-screen process, meaning they've been selected for the job. We're just waiting for them to start. Of that 91, I can tell you that approximately 70 of them are temporary staff employees. So we do have a large number of temp staff right now, which is a good thing, and I'll talk about that. So our actual vacancies, ones where we have a hole that we need to fill, is 55. So in this tiny, tiny chart, what I'll go ahead and break out, of course, our high vacancy positions are in our public housing department, and we've got 17 vacancies, so 17 holes that we need to fill. The majority of them are our maintenance technicians position, 2 porters, 1 CSS, 1 maintenance supervisor, and there is an assistant director position under that department that needs to be filled. Under our Beacon portfolio, we've got 5 positions, and 2 of them are maintenance superintendents and 2 maintenance technicians and 1 leasing assistant. With our community development initiatives department, we have resident service coordinator positions that need to be filled. And under our ops support, we have customer service and policy analyst positions that need to be filled. And again, I'm focusing on the vacancies that we have, but I do also want to point out again, because we've made some strides in our hiring, we actually have brought down that number with AHP down. We've got 4 vacancies, and the majority of those are housing inspectors. It's just a difficult position to fill, but again, the number of frontline staff that we have for assisted housing programs has been decreased tremendously, as well as public affairs and procurement. So we've been working very diligently to fill up as many positions as we can. Next slide.
That we may have had a discussion that our maintenance staff, no problems with filling the maintenance staff. And it might be that we were not up to market rate. I'm just wondering if we have re-looked at that and maybe revamped those salaries.
You're always one step ahead of us, Dr. Guzman. We actually have a presentation that Muriel's going to be doing today on we had a firm come and look at the salaries, and Muriel's going to give us an update on that.
Okay, thank you. I just remember things and ask. Sorry.
Absolutely, and that's a beautiful question because it definitely plays into what is happening here. So for our recruitments, as I mentioned, we had 62 formal promotions throughout the year. We currently, as of this time, have 8 staff persons that are working out of class, and again, that means they're in a higher level. They've been promoted into another position, but that also means that we can't fill their vacancy until we're absolutely sure that it's going to be a match and it's going to work out. So, like I said, we've got 8 of those currently out there, but again, it's a good thing for our employees to have that opportunity at a promotion. As I mentioned, we've got 70 active temp status employees. 8 of them are project temps, which means that they are working on something that will not end up in a job. It's just projects that we have that we need additional assistance for. And of these, we've had 78 transition. Just again, throughout the year, we've had 78 temp status employees transition into full-time hires. So this is a really great pipeline and way for us to work with employees to see if they're going to work out, if they're catching on. Same thing, it just gives us an extra opportunity to ensure that there's, that we've got a good match and a good fit for our organization. Next slide.
What is working out of class?
Working out of class means that it's someone who applies for a position. It's a promotion generally. It's something that we post internally, so it gives anyone in the organization an opportunity to apply for a position when it becomes available. And it means that they're going to be working out of their classification system again. They're going to take on a promotion. And generally what that means is that it's a trial period, because again, it may be somebody who's moving into a management role who doesn't actually have management experience yet, but they have potential, and again, the leadership feels that they're somebody that can grow into the position. So again, the working out of class means they're going to try it out, and we usually do this for about 3 months. They'll have 90 days to see if it's a good match. Again, show their leadership abilities, those skills to take on the new challenge of the role, and if it works out, like I said, then they just stay in place and they convert over to a full-time employee.
Kind of like an interim position.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
So our recruitment activity, and this is again where we get really excited. We do have that new hire bonus, and I wanted to share a little bit of activity around this. From the time that we have had it implemented, 17 full-time hourly staff that have been hired after December 5th and have stayed on 45 days or longer have been paid, and we have another 17 that are pending this payment. Again, this was for our hourly rate employees for those harder to fill positions, not for anybody that's coming in as assistant director. This is, again, it was meant to incentivize people to take us up on those lower paying positions. The other thing that we have is that temporary status conversion. Again, working with our temp agencies, as I just mentioned, it's so critical working with them that, if we've got a good employee who's working out and somebody that we want to retain, we definitely want to make sure that we're in constant contact with our temp agencies to let them know this was a great candidate. We want to make sure that we keep them on, and how do we expedite that process and make sure it's seamless for the employee. And then the last piece of it is that class and compensation survey that was done. So the study was completed, the survey data was received at the end of April, and I'm not going to steal any of Muriel's thunder, so I'm going to leave it at that. And we can move on to the next slide. So the marketing activity, so we have, started up our marketing activity for the spring. We started with the Express News. We wanted to do a traditional print in the Sunday paper, so we did a Sunday run, April 23rd and the 30th, and we thought this was a really good time around Fiesta. Again, knowing what generally happens is people are looking in the paper for what's happening around town. They may see our ad for a job and also think, I'm going to party today, I'm going to need a job tomorrow. As part of this, one of the things we also worked out with the Express News is we wanted to engage in the traditional print, but we also wanted more of the social media, mobile devices, online advertising. So we did work with them for a 30-day campaign that would provide us with targeted messaging to their customers that use their mobile app. And this also includes mysa.com, which is a free news. So if you're not a subscriber to the Express News, you still have access to mysa.com, and so we will get advertising to people through that. This also includes Facebook and Instagram, so social media, and it also we are now part of their virtual career fair, which is running through the end of the month. And so again, all of our jobs are posted on the Express News site, and as people go to Express News for job links, they will see our jobs posted there. The next thing we have is the top workplaces in San Antonio. This is the gold standard in employee recognition. So this is our first year participating in this, and the survey did already launch on May 10th, and it closes on May 27th. The questions that are being surveyed to all staff are about engagement, culture drivers, workplace basics, and I know I kind of thought, well, what is like a culture driver? Just to give you an example, it would be, do you agree with the direction of your organization? Do you believe in the values of your organization? Do you feel appreciated within your organization? So those are the kind of questions that are being asked of our staff. Again, this is a survey outside of anyone here in the organization. And what will happen is if we get a 30% response rate, so a minimum of 160 employees to participate, which I'm excited to tell you, as of today, we have 52% response rate, which is phenomenal.
Wow.
It's very exciting that our staff are responding to this survey. But what'll happen is this will give us a competitive advantage. What top workplaces will do is if once our survey responses come back in, we will be compared against other similar like-sized organizations in San Antonio And then we're in the category of nonprofit. And so if we rise to the top with our employees driving the responses, we will be considered a top workplace in San Antonio. And so we'll have that credential for a year. It will be published in the Express News, and it is something that we can use as part of our marketing and branding as part of our excellence going forward.
Well, and you know, whether we make the top workplace or not, I think it's really great that you are involving the employees in giving you feedback on what kinds of things they are pleased with and what kinds of things we need to improve on. So I really think that this is a great strategy to make the employees feel part of the greater organization. I commend you.
Any other comments? Thanks, Ayana. Next item, 11, update discussion regarding compensation study. Muriel, you're up.
Good afternoon again. I'm so excited, very pleased to be able to present to you today the compensation study results. So first, we're going to start with some background. And so the previous compensation study results were implemented in November of 2019. At that time, the organization went from 30 grades to actually 11 classifications. And the previous $11.76 minimum was increased to $15, which was within the living wage range at that time for San Antonio. And so as we commenced this process, we put together a compensation study committee that was made up of staff across the organization. And we met in November and December, and we identified the scope for the study, and then we issued an RFP in January of 2022. And the recommendation of for award went to Gallagher Benefit Services, which was approved on April 5th of 2022 after it was evaluated by the Compensation Study Committee. So the kickoff began May 9th of 2022, and at that time we had a requested completion date of January 31st of 2023. We held kickoff meetings with the Compensation Study Committee, which was led by the employees, and then also with the executive leadership team on May 16th. It said 2023, but it's really 2022. And then from there, we did job descriptions, and we updated those, and we also did job surveys. And so staff were involved in looking at their job descriptions and completing their job surveys to ensure that their jobs currently match what was on paper. So then we did benchmark positions for the study, and those were provided in late October. And what happened was we got negligible feedback when we issued the study for responses for public entities around town. In our mind, what we felt was that people really didn't want to talk about what they were paying because we're competing for the same individuals. And so we got negligible feedback. And so what we did was we got other study published data. The good thing about going with this national firm is they had study published data that we were able to use regarding the 5 largest cities in Texas, of which San Antonio is one, as well as 5 similar sized housing authorities. So we're able to get information regarding the various cities and what they were paying, as well as similar housing authorities. So we finally got some initial results in late March of 2023, and we received the final results in late April. And what we did in looking at the results was we basically identified the demographics of our staff. So with our system, we were able to identify that most of our staff is married with at least one child, and some are married with multiple children. So that's the majority of our staff. And so as we looked at what the living wage was paying for those demographics, we had to keep that in mind. And we also, we're planning to include compression factors, especially for our longer tenured employees. One of the complaints we got from our last study is that, yes, we're happy you moved us up, but this person who just started 2 weeks ago is now making what I'm making. You know, you didn't take into account my tenure. So we were planning to include compression factors. So, final results. So, yes, the new minimum for staff is being set at $20. And this aligns with the living wage continuum for demographics of our staff. So it's not, I will tell you this, it's not on the higher end. It's really closer to the lower end, but it is on the continuum for the living salary, the living wage in San Antonio. And what we also saw is that minimum wages for other local public entities, such as the city of San Antonio, who we've lost a lot of people to, were adjusted to at or near $20 last year. So even with this $20 adjustment, we're still slightly behind the curve a little bit. And then we also factored in compression for our classifications up to the analyst supervisor level. And so those compression factors we put in at 3 years, 5 years, and 9 years. So if someone's been here for more than 3 years, but less than 5 years, they got an additional 1.5% on top of that new range, that new minimum. If they've been here over 5 years, but less than 9 years, they got 3% additional. And then if they have been here over 9 years, they got 4.5% additional. So this is also going to help with our recruitment and retention process. You know, we've always had really great benefits, y'all know that, but what we were seeing is a lot of people leaving for higher wages. And the vacancies for our entry-level positions were really high, and they were very difficult to fill. And that really resulted in us having a constant understaffing, and we were constantly under budget as well. This past year, we also saw an increase in higher level positions. So some of our Manager 1 and Manager 2 and Assistant Director positions were a lot harder to fill this last year, also with our current compensation. And so this compensation study also evaluated our current benefits, and we are still remain very competitive, and we are still considered top tier in our offerings. So by meeting the market in pay, we're hoping to, and continuing to offer those really great benefits, we're hoping that it leaves employees an incentive to continue to stay with us, and also helps with our recruitment process. So these are the new classification levels. As you can see, the lowest level, minimum salary, $20, and then we go up from there. So our maintenance techs are in that SPC category. So their new salary is going to be at $21.60. And then for more tenured maintenance techs, they will get those increases based on 3 years, 5 years, and 9 years. And we're hoping that these will help us retain our employees, as well as recruit new employees.
Earl, would you mind, I'm supposing that CLR is for clerk?
Yes, clerical is basically clerical labor.
Okay.
So those are our lowest level of clerks, as well as like our porters and custodians.
Okay.
SPC are our specialists, so they have more of a specialized position, so our maintenance techs fill that position, as well as I think our leasing agents, Randy? SPC specialists. Oh, she's really the expert on this. Do you want to keep going through?
So certainly. So our specialists will be our housing assistant specialists, our leasing agents, and maintenance techs. Yes. So all of our front-facing service specialists. The senior specialists will be those supervisors above those staff. So, and then coordinator starts getting us into the higher level administrative positions, specialized positions, correct. Analyst supervisors is the next one, that's ANSUP. And those are going to be, again, that's where our break comes in between our hourly positions and our salaried positions. So those start basically our salaried positions. So those will be your accounting positions, most of your HR, internal audit. We'll have a few in there, as well as some of our maintenance superintendents, I believe.
And assistant property
And assistant property managers, yes. And then manager one, again, this is straightforward. This is generally for our property staff, so that's your entry level to your management positions. Manager two also now includes, I believe, senior property managers. I was like, there's, and our maintenance superintendents. And our maintenance superintendents as well. Manager three, again, is our highest level of manager. So those are our larger communities, as well as it also includes some of our IT positions that are very specialized, some of our finance positions that are extremely specialized. So we do have a few in the manager three category that are not property, but still have high level responsibility and technical positions. Assistant director is the next category, on to director, and then officer at the end.
Any questions? None? Thanks, Mario. Appreciate it. Item number 12,
Muriel,
update.
no, hold on. Like you have manager 1, 2, and 3, those are like your property managers, correct?
So yes, manager one is the start of the property manager. Assistant analyst soup was the assistant property manager, and then manager two is like a senior property manager. And then do we have a? Well, we were thinking about another higher level, but that didn't happen.
So manager 3 doesn't happen right now.
Not any property managers at this time.
Okay. Are they compensated? This is for even if they have multiple properties? Like
Yes.
if they're managing 4 or 5 properties, they're still making the same amount?
Yes. So, well, when we say same amount, the same new amount. So it is going to be a higher amount that they are making for managing those multiple properties.
Do most of your managers manage more than 3 properties?
Randy?
Because the reason why I'm asking is if you have a manager that's a manager 2 and is managing 5 properties, and then you have another manager 2 that's managing 2 or 3, how is that? I mean, it seems like there's more work.
Everything is based off of units, and so we recognize that some properties may have 5, but one property within that portfolio is 10 units. So everything, we look at it and we allocate, we go through, and we continue to look at it, right? Not just within the public housing, but we do the same exercise in Beacon to say, based off of the number of units, what should be kind of a comparable staffing level. We're never going to get everybody's at 200 or 250. So yes, we recognize that some people may have 5, but some of those properties don't have an office, don't have a place for them, so the manager's over there. So everything is comparable. So even though they may have numbers, but the units are comparable when you say, I have 5 properties that have 200 units, I have 2 properties that have 200 units. So they're the same.
So
Okay, thank you.
when, and this may be a personnel question, what criteria do you utilize in order to place employees into minimum, mid, or max?
So that depends. Typically, what we've done is when we've put a job posting on our website, we've done it at the minimum, knowing that we have some wiggle room. What we found this past year with our lower level of compensation is that on some positions we ended up having to repost it at a little higher level, closer to more of the between the minimum and the mid, to start attracting those individuals that would meet our needs. So going forward, we would start with posting at the minimum, and if we're not seeing that, then we start going higher as far as going between the minimum and the mid when we start posting those positions.
But don't you have set criteria to place people in minimum, mid, and max? Like, if they come in with 10 years experience and they have a master's degree, that would be X here.
So typically, the initial job offer that goes out is at the minimum. That's what we have.
For all categories.
For all categories. That's what we've typically done. However, we do entertain higher level offers, especially for our higher level employees, whereby, if we know, because on the application, applicants put down what their minimum expectation is. And so even though we've posted it, let's say if we post a manager 3 position at 83.3, because we know that's a higher level position, and the person that we get says on their application, we want a minimum of 85, we would consider offering them the 85, which would meet their needs, so that we're not doing a lot of back and forth. But typically we have been doing the minimum. But if we do have someone, just like you're saying, that has more of those preferred qualifications that we want, we do entertain higher offers.
Generally, we bring people in at the minimum or close to the minimum, maybe a little bit higher, but over time, as they get their annual reviews, performance reviews, they could move up higher. So
It's just that, utilizing that strategy, Ed, what you're doing is systemically bringing in inexperienced people to the organization. And I think that it's really important to systematically bring in highly experienced people that may look at your system, question it, and help you improve it. And so I would just recommend that any time that you are looking for a new position, in your mind, look at the makeup of the department that they're going to be coming into, and then determine whether, in fact, that department needs somebody highly experienced because who's there doesn't have the experience that's really helping that department.
Right.
And so then you have the ability to choose strategically what needs each department has, because not all departments need incoming employees that are green. I mean, I'm just...
yes, no, that's a very good point. And while the process isn't formal points or percentages, what we actually end up doing, if the hiring manager sees somebody that's higher skilled, that they're obviously going to have to bring in at a higher salary, they have a conversation with the officer, and depending on the position, I'll get involved as well.
Okay.
And I know we made a recent offer. I won't talk about the position, but it was higher than the minimum because the person is coming with experience and skills that we need.
Okay.
So
Great.
we're doing that kind of in an informal way, recognizing that sometimes we do need to pay more to get the skills we want.
Okay. Thank you.
So you have wiggle room between the minimum, mid, you can go between.
The other thing that happens is if you look at a midpoint, like say the analyst supervisor, we may have somebody that has been a great analyst supervisor, and now they're going to get a promotion to become a manager, and they're already above the minimum of that job, and
So you gotta- yeah, you got to do that. Yeah. But my initial question was, and I'm sorry that I'm asking but I mean, this is what I know. How are you moving people that are already employed from the minimum and the maximum? Is it through the we're giving 2% increase, or how are you, how do they get from minimum to mid to max?
So the normal process is an annual review, and the annual review does not guarantee an increase.
Right.
It could be 0 if someone's not performing, or it could be 1%. And I think we have budgeted up to 3% for next year.
Okay.
So depending on performance, people get their annual review, and they may have a 0 up to 3% increase, and that's the way we use it. That's typically done in July. We have a common date of review of the entire organization. That'll be done in July. Last year we did, because the inflation moved so much, we did an automatic 5% for everybody, but that was just strictly because of cost of living. It was not the performance review related.
So then could we see that last year some people got 7%
Yes.
increase?
Yes.
Okay, because it was the across the board 5%
Right.
plus 2% for merit.
Right, or 3%,
Or
up to,
3%, yeah, whatever
Yeah.
we deemed.
Absolutely, we saw that last year.
Okay, okay. Well, that's good.
And in the meantime, the market continued to move, so
Yes,
now
right.
we need to stay in sync with that.
Thank you.
Item number 12, update and discussion regarding REACT scores. Randy and Ruth?
Forgot to mention earlier that Joelle is in training today,
Right.
so.
That's why that's why we're tag teaming. I think Muriel's been up here for George, so.
Okay.
Yes.
And-
We love training, and it's a great training. So thank
And
you.
one other comment, Commissioner Contreras had to leave. Ayana, it wasn't because of you. So, no, she had a previous commitment she had to get to, so.
So, hello again, commissioners. I am actually tag teaming this presentation with Ruth. Both her and I prepared, and I thought it was another great opportunity for her to be in front of the board and presenting a lot of this information. She leads half of our public housing portfolio, so she is deeply involved in REAC. And I know in Joelle did a recent presentation about public housing, and it came up about our REAC. And so we're going to tag team, and we'll be available for any questions y'all may have. Okay. Thank you, Davlin. So,
Good afternoon again. So we are going to review the topics over REAC, and it's Real Estate Assessment Center, and REAC issues public housing agencies an overall score based on the physical condition or inspectable areas of the properties. And these inspections are to ensure that the properties or portfolios are maintained in a decent, safe, and sanitary condition. So there's 5 inspectable areas. We have the development site, we have the exterior parts of the buildings, we have the building systems, we have the common areas, and the interior of the dwelling units. So our REAC inspection scoring model is when we have scores for each area will be different every year, as scoring models change based on the size of the property. What I like to mention is that any property that scores an 80 on their REAC inspection are exempt from another REAC inspection for 2 years. So that score stands for 2 years. If the REAC inspection scores in the 90s for the property, they are exempt from any REAC inspection for another 3 years. So it remains on the books for 3 years. And so the REAC scoring multiplier, we did have it broken down with the number of buildings and then the multiplier. So what that means is that the less buildings you have and the deficiencies carry more weight. So that's an example. And on this screen, we're going to talk about the average REAC scores. So we have on the left the REAC scores for the past 5 years for public housing. And on the right, we have the average REAC scores for our outside managed properties. And as if you can notice, in our fiscal year 20 and 21, we ceased REAC inspections due to COVID-19. These are our latest REAC scores. The table reflects REACT scores across Opportunity Home and our outside managed companies within the last year that they were inspected with the resulting REACT scores.
Could put this together, and maybe you have it at the end, but, you know, what percentage scored between 50 and 60, what percentage 60 is, so that we get the ability to say, oh, you know, there's this much that we need to work on.
Yes,
Yeah, I was gonna say, because at the minimum, I can say 43% of them didn't require
Exactly.
re-inspection, so that's good.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'd love to see that number higher, as everybody would, but
Right.
no, but at least, hey, that's great news. 43% of our, is that about
Yeah.
right? Is that on here?
I haven't looked at it.
If it's not on there, we could definitely do the math for y'all
Yeah,
really
'cause
quick.
that
I don't know if I want to do that math in my head right now, but it is a great observation, and we'll make sure we include that. I do want to highlight, and Ruth did a really good job of saying, here is our scores, and we'll see that. As you can see, I think the board is fully aware of our aging public housing portfolio. We know our housing stock is much older, and though a 75 on average, that seems like a C if I think about it in when we're in school, it is actually a really good score when you think about the age of our portfolio. When we compare to our outside managed properties that have public housing that we know are newer properties, and our portfolio is at a 75 and theirs is at a 73. It just shows the hard work and the dedication of our property staff, knowing all of the challenges they go through, that we're still rating higher than the properties that are within less than 15 years of age. The 99 is going to be on there. There's a couple of slides here, but Commissioner Casillas is right, and we are super pleased with W.C. White that scored a 99, and so that was an amazing, not just the work from our staff, but it's also how we communicate with our residents, because one part of, as Ruth covered, it's the interior, right? And so as much as we can get into the units, we try to, but also we're encouraging our residents, please call in those work orders, please let us in, so we can ensure that we're meeting the expectations, and not just the residents who live in those homes, but also the expectation that HUD has set on us. So it should be right there. I'm going to highlight, it's the third property from the bottom, and you can clearly see we got the 99. So it's there, I promise.
Oh, it's alphabetical order.
Yes. We are super proud of it too, and I thank you for highlighting that. In Davalin, it is broken again. Thank you. Okay, so we talked about REAC, and then HUD says, surprise, we're going to be fading away REAC, and we're going to this new, what they call new Inspire physical inspections. I know some of our board members have been at conferences, and they've heard HUD talk about it. We have sent our staff to training. I will tell you, some of the training has been limited, but I think, we're going to do as much as we can to prepare for the kickoff date, which is actually right around the corner. It's July 1, which is our beginning of our fiscal year, but it's actually a date that HUD has identified as we are going live in public housing communities. Some of our other programs they're adopting this Inspire as well. They're kind of giving us some opportunity to get a waiver to implement later on, and I think a lot of it has to be around really most of their communication that HUD has said it's regarding public housing, and now all of a sudden they're like, oh, we're going to do this in our Housing Choice Voucher program, we're also going to do this in our project-based rental assistant program, and y'all need to get on board. So the team is working, trying to get there, but we know that there's going to be some learning curves, not just with our staff, but also with the inspectors that come on the site at these communities. So I don't know, Ruth, is there anything else you'd like to add about Inspire? Yeah. Okay.
I know that I've heard about the Inspire and the what's coming, but there's certain specifics that I still don't understand or stuff. And is it harder to pass through Inspire than REACT, or are there some major differences between REACT and Inspire?
the conversations that are being had is that we should not, as public housing authorities across the country, should not really see much of a difference. However, we know that there is going to be more emphasis on inside the units, and that's, we try to be mindful of how often we're in the units. It's your home, but we also know that we're required to do these inspections. They have said, there's some properties that have gone through it already. They did the test pilots, and some saw increases, some saw decreases. So in HUD's eyes, it's about the same in comparison. We won't really know until it starts rolling out, because you also, with anything new, not just with us, new with inspectors, they may see things differently, rate things differently, because it's all about how they're, is that this category, is it that category, and trying to justify. One of the things that we are hearing, and I'm still questioning if it really is going to happen, is that we are not going to get our scores. So until everything has been done. And that is a challenge for us because, we want to celebrate our 99s. We want to see where we can improve, what we may have missed. Now, they're going to give us, like health and safety, which we always get as soon as the inspection's over, the smoke detectors that sometimes the batteries get taken out. Those are health and safety that we want to get back in there. And so it's hard to say, Commissioner Casillas, right now, how much this is going to impact us until we know. But I'm uncomfortable also saying that we are actually going to have the results right away. Like we normally, when the inspection happens, we have our John Stewart. He is one of our, today, our React guru, and now it's going to be our Inspire guru. He is usually there if we have the inspections one after another. Sometimes there's 2 or 3 in a day. And so we kind of get an estimate. So we will have maybe estimates based off of what he sees, but what they're saying is we may not get those inspection results. And I asked them to clarify how soon, because as Ruth mentioned, if we're still getting 90s, that's 3 years. So I'm like, are they going to wait until we have that third, that 3-year inspection, or is it just within that 1 year? So we're still seeking a lot of clarifying questions, or answers, sorry.
Well, maybe we'll get some more information at FADA, so.
I'm hoping so.
The scores are ultimately used to do what? I mean, other than grade us, do they say, hey, you only scored X, and therefore now you're only going to get this much funding, or how do they eventually use it?
Great question. Because we're moving to work organization, it doesn't really impact us. It used to be traditional. It was a part of a whole bunch of metrics that they would measure us on. I still think it's a reputation thing. We want to be high performers.
Absolutely.
But we also know realistically what we're doing. Though, could someone come back and say, hey, y'all have all of these deficiencies, what's going on? But it doesn't really impact us like it used to impact us.
Okay. And will we, as we roll through this out to the residents, when now we're going to be in their units a little bit more frequently, we know that's created some anxiety, lack of a better word, with some of our residents. Are we going to be educating them as well? Hey, this is why we're doing this now? I guess there's going to be a program associated with that.
Ed, I know you look like you wanted to say.
ahead.
Okay. Because we're still learning this, I think our staff finally was able to go to our first in-person training in February, I think it was.
Oh, wow.
It was February that they finally kind of were offering us as housing authority employees to attend, and that was local. We had tried to work on a couple, but it just didn't work out. Whenever we even have our REAC inspections today, we would send out letters to our residents why this is happening, how they could help us, and so it's a continued process. It shouldn't change. It shouldn't change the communication and our needs and our, just our request to say, make sure you call in those work orders. We want to be there. But with anything, we like to always say, this is the reason why. And so we're still working on what that looks like. Mm-hmm. But those letters do go out. We do send them out. We send them out to the entire property, even though it's not 100%, right? They still do a randomizer, but we do let our residents know why we're doing this, who's going to be there, why we get in there, and just more of the importance.
Okay.
So here's some of those, standards that I know we've been talking about. So same thing as Ruth mentioned in REACT, there's those inspectable areas, inspection types. They're doing those different types, self-inspections, Inspire, and then Inspire Plus, and then of course the deficiency categories. All right. So Siri was listening to me. So she now understands REACT and she now understands Inspire, and she's going to educate all of us. So
Siri listens to everything.
Gotta love it. So now we're all going to get stuff about Inspire. So, but we wanted to come back to the board and share. I know there were some questions. Obviously, I did not see the percentage in there, but it's definitely something we can share because we actually have, we keep track of all of that and look at it and be able to share our percentages and our increases year over year.
Well, as tough as it is, with 18 of the 42, at least don't have to be re-inspected. That's awesome. So.
Our team celebrates, but I also want the board to know just because we don't get inspected for 3 years doesn't mean our team is not doing the work, right? They're always in the mindset we're REACT Ready 365, now Inspire Ready 365, and oftentimes when they get those low scores, you see it on their face because they have put endless hours and they're just tired, and then when you get hit last minute with some of the stuff, they really take pride in the work they do, and I'm really pleased to see the results of the maintenance team and the property management when we're out there. So Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Let's go to item number 13, discussion regarding voucher utilization. Richard Milk, Sarah Eves.
This is information.
Thank you for waiting.
No, good afternoon, commissioners. I'm just going to introduce Sarah Eves, who will be guiding us through the presentation today, and note that I think since you last saw her, she was promoted to Assistant Director of Policy and Planning for Data Governance. Sarah?
Congratulations.
Thank you. Let's see. All right. So today we'd like to share some data and information about our properties, specifically our beacon communities and our partnership portfolio. So you asked earlier about those partnerships. There's about 7,000 units in that portfolio. So we'll be referencing those two portfolios in this presentation. But specifically, we're focused on households utilizing their voucher at these locations. So today we're going to cover some background on how we manage this data. We'll share some information on general AMI restrictions at these properties, as well as some longstanding voucher trends. Take questions, and then we really hope to hear any suggestions, feedback you all may have. All right, so background. So there was recently an interest in how we manage information about our multifamily developments, including the AMI levels and vouchers being utilized at these properties. And we wanted to just provide a brief background on the two enabling functions that allow us to track this information. The first is data governance. We began our data governance program a couple of years ago in conjunction with our most recent iteration of the strategic plan. We want to make decisions informed by high quality data, and we know that requires intent and coordination. So our data governance program essentially creates those ground rules for how we collect data, how we store it, how we manage it, how we analyze it, use it, and make decisions with it. The second enabling function that allows us to look at this data is our Geographic Information System, GIS. I could spend a whole hour, probably a whole day talking about this, and I won't bore you with it, although I don't think you'd be bored. But GIS, we use it to perform mapping and lots of analysis, and we've listed some examples there. All right, so before we dive into the voucher utilization part of this presentation, we wanted to provide a high-level overview of the current area median income restrictions at the unit level in these two portfolios. So I'm going to walk you through the chart. So we're breaking up the two portfolios, Beacon and Partnerships, and then we also show the total. On the right part of the slide, you will see a list of affordability programs that set the restrictions on AMI at the unit level. So a household goes to rent at that unit, and if there's an AMI restriction, it means that their household income cannot be above that limit. The key takeaway here is that more than 3 out of 4 units within these two portfolios is restricted at 80% AMI and below. So that's a little over 9,300 units out of the 11,467 units between those two portfolios. So just keep in mind that those living in the units have to meet those income restrictions. They can't be above the 80% AMI. And so this data is as of March. So we have 81% total. And then I just want to make a note for Beacon. Just in the last board cycle, you all approved paying off the debt at 7 Beacon properties. So actually that percentage, that 68% at Beacon, as of April, will increase. So this slide is just breaking the last chart down further by each incremental AMI level. And I think the key takeaway here is that 56% of our units are restricted at that 60% AMI level. And again, the restrictions are based off of the affordability programs that are attached at the property level.
Tell me how you're getting that number, 53%.
56%. So if you look at that bottom bar.
But how did you, I mean, I know it's in the bottom bar, but how did you get at 56%?
Yes, so we look at every single unit at the property and what AMI limit is attached to that unit, and then we do that math out. So if it's a public housing unit, it'll have certain income restrictions. Depending on the affordability program that's at that property, we're able to break down the unit count by the AMI level and then run those percentages.
And in general, do you have many different numbers, or in general you have the same in one living space?
I'm not quite sure if I understand the question.
So do you mean, for example, at an apartment complex?
Right.
Do we have one program or many programs?
Right.
And different
Right,
restrictions?
Right, for all 1 bedrooms, this is it. For all 2 bedrooms,
No,
this is it.
and I couldn't speak, well, the complexity of the unit mixes is complex. And Melissa Garza, the director of Beacon Communities, did a presentation about her portfolio, and they're multi-layered. And that's what makes those properties work, I think, financially. But no, the AMI restrictions aren't assigned, all 1 bedrooms or 30% AMI, all 2 bedrooms. It'll depend on whether there's public housing financing at the property, whether there's committed project-based vouchers at the property, any of these affordability programs, and then kind of we look at it by bedroom size and by AMI restriction.
Oh, I'd love to see a copy of that chart.
Okay. This is one of the complexities of Beacon, because each program has different compliance requirements. At a property, you may have different programs that are applying to the property itself.
Okay.
Some units or other units. And that's why compliance is such a critical part of what we do in the Beacon portfolio, and also in internal audit.
Okay.
When you're looking at area medium income, is like your 30, 50, 60, 80, is there a chart that says how much, like whatever your annual income is or your monthly income, does it say where you fit in that category?
Absolutely, and there is a big chart I can tell you for right now, a family of 4 at 50% AMI, or no, at 30% AMI, that's a little under $28,000 a year. So there is a chart, and HUD sets those income limits every year, and those are posted online.
So if they make $28,000 a year, how is their rent calculated? Is it based at that, let's say, 60% by their monthly income, and that's what the rent is based at?
It depends, and you're going to segue into my next
Okay.
slide right here. So it all depends. And so we've mentioned the complexity at these properties, and so we've tried to make it a little simpler here. So we just reviewed the AMI restrictions, right? All that says is a household going to move into this unit you can't have your income above this amount, right? So the unit's reserved for those making lower. But now we're going to look at the rent regulations. So there are regulatory entities that run these affordability programs, and they have rules about how rent is set and calculated. And we break it up into three main buckets. Again, it's complex, and you could probably break it up more. But in general, there's income-based rents. So think public housing. You pay 30% of your income. The rent is set for each household based off of each household's income. The second category, we generalize to rent controls. So in this case, an example would be TDHCA sets tax credit rents at these different AMI levels, right? It's not based off of the household's income, although the household has to income qualify for the unit. But the rent itself is not set as a percentage of the household's income. So here is where we break that down. And I think the key takeaway here is that 3 out of 4 of our units in these portfolios, or 77%, have some type of rent control in place. The other percentage, so the 11% is income-based, and then 12%, those are going to be our straight market units, or their bond program. So unless there's some other affordability program attached to it, it won't have any kind of external control on the rent. Having said that, just because there's no external rent control on the unit does not mean that the rent set at that unit is not affordable. It could very well be affordable and below market. And I need to defer to my colleagues in these portfolios about rent setting in those cases.
Don't get up, Brandy, but rent controls would be like Sorrento, where a 1-bedroom is this much, a 2-bedroom is that much, but you have to make a certain amount to be able to live there? Or is that also income-based rent?
So you don't want me to get up?
No. Huh?
I think I could answer that. So TDHCA will say 1-bedrooms, you cannot set rent above this amount. And so that's a control. But that rent isn't calculated as a percentage of the household income.
That's like a rent control.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I think this is an important factor because you hear a lot about 30% units, 50% units, but that 30% is really based on an area median income average. So, and that includes New Braunfels, which tends to push the San Antonio numbers up a little bit. So as an example, a 30% unit, someone is probably going to have to earn close to the $28,000, $27,000 range in order to be able to afford it. Most of our public housing residents, as you know, the average income is $11,000, and they would never be able to qualify for a 30% unit based on their income or afford it, even if they did qualify. So that's one of the reasons we've started introducing the discussion about income-based rents, which is what the federal programs do. You pay 30% of your income, no matter if that income is $500 a month or $5,000 a month. It's going to go, 30% of it's going to go to rent. So that's different from the tax credit units that are just flat rents. For interrupting Sarah.
Thank you, Ed. Anytime. All right, so we're going to shift and we're going to start talking about vouchers. And so this chart is showing a long-term trend from 2013 to present, and it shows the percent of our voucher holders who are at the different AMI levels. So here we're looking at the voucher holders' income and how that compares to that area median income, which Ed just mentioned also includes New Braunfels. And so I think that the key point here is that consistently since 2013, 85% of our voucher holders are at or below 30% AMI. So I mentioned that $28,000 figure earlier, and I think Ed drove this point home just now. The key takeaway here is that without the voucher, these households could not afford rent in the regular market or even at some of our properties that have the income restrictions set at the unit. So that subsidy for that rent is really important. I do just want to make a note that you'll see some variations in the blue, which is 85%, which corresponds to the 30% AMI. HUD resets those AMI limits every year, so you're going to see when we implement those in our system, households will get categorized according to that.
But even though, so the voucher is really kind of a helper. I mean, just the ability to get something that you wouldn't be able to afford anyway.
Absolutely.
Because of the population that we have, and then the cost of rental.
Absolutely.
So I think this is really important to report to the city and the mayor, because it's kind of an incongruous situation of the rent needed versus the amount of money having and the shortage of vouchers.
That's right.
We have 80, so I had to go back and look from the earlier slides. So we've got 13,789 outstanding vouchers, or vouchers in use, right? Correct? Or is that?
As of March, 10,309. So yes, that are utilized, right? So we know we're a little underutilized right now, but that's how many we have active.
Yes.
So this,
And the
that
reason-
assisted housing voucher, is that, so that's just how much we have available to us, but only 10,000 whatever in use?
Right.
Okay.
Now,
And 85% of them, sorry to interrupt, and 85% of them are at 30% or lower?
That's right.
Okay, just,
we have, I think the last number was 1,600 families that have vouchers
But they can't
that
use
cannot find a home, so, and have been searching. So it's really a function of the rental market and San Antonio and landlords' willingness to accept vouchers. But this is a serious problem, so, and it's one we discussed with HUD last week.
Is that right? Okay, because that's huge. 1,600.
All right, so I'm going to show a series of long-term trends here that go back to 2015. So we're looking at 2015 to present on these next couple of charts. And here we're looking at the share of vouchers. So again, the reason I had that 10,000 number top of mind is because I have it in my notes. We've got, as of March, 10,309 vouchers. That's our universe for this slide. That's what we're talking about. And so here, we're comparing that to what percent are at those Beacon and partnership units. So we've got almost 11,500 units in both of those portfolios. And what we're seeing is that 20% of households with a voucher are 21% are using, or about 2,100 are leasing with their voucher at one of these properties. So again, 21% are leasing at these properties, and that's a 6% increase since 2015. When we think about what might be driving this increase, we have, I've consulted with my colleagues and we've talked about different factors, although we haven't nailed down the data yet. But we have increased our total unit portfolio, so that means voucher holders have a lot more choices that are opportunity home units to choose from. In addition, we've increased access to information. So if you think about where we were at in 2015 in terms of how we communicate with residents, we've definitely increased the number of channels where we're communicating with residents, whether through social media, groundbreakings of these new properties that we're adding to our portfolios. And then I would say just the city in general has been talking more about vouchers and their significance in the affordability housing realm.
I would also look at the number of properties that accepted vouchers in 2015 versus the number of properties that are accepting vouchers now. Because that's where you may have a delta that accounts for partly this growth, is the ability.
That's interesting, yes. So that could be driving that increase because other landlords aren't accepting them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. So we're going to look at this slightly different now in this chart. And in this chart, we just looked at the share of vouchers, right? So now we're going to look at the share of units. So this is the 11,000 units. Of those units, about 20% are households using one of our vouchers. So about 2,300 units with a voucher. And the key takeaway here is there's a decreasing trend since 2015 when you look at the voucher as a proportion of the unit inventory. And it's about a 10% decrease. And as I said in the last slide, we're having conversations about what the factors might be that is driving this decrease. But I have to say, although they declared the pandemic over, we're still in recovery. We're still trying to figure out what's going on in the market. So some of the things that have come up in our discussions are the eviction moratorium, rental increases, as well as the small area FMRs, or the amount of payment standards that we set. And then also, we've had a dramatic increase in our total unit portfolio. So one of the questions is, while vouchers have more choices, right, why aren't we seeing a comparable increase as we were in the last slide? So bear with me on this chart. I know there's a lot there, but I'm going to walk us through it. So we decided to dig down into that decrease and try to figure out if there's a difference between the Beacon Communities portfolio and our partnerships portfolio. Again, partnerships is outside managed. Beacon is managed by Melissa Garza. And so here we see a difference. The blue, both the lines are the proportion of units with a voucher. Blue is Beacon and yellow is partnerships. In hindsight, I would have chose a different color besides yellow. I apologize. What's overlaid on this is the total unit count in that portfolio. And those are the vertical bars. So you'll see that first significant drop in the yellow line, which is partnerships, corresponds with a dramatic increase in units. We know that when we bring on new construction units, they all don't just show up overnight, right? So there's going to be some timing issues and some lag. But we also see another decrease in that trend line more recently when we started adding all these new construction properties to the unit portfolio. And so really, when we think about this slide before, where we saw the decreasing trend by 10%, it's really driven by the partnerships portfolio, because as you can see, the Beacon portfolio has actually increased by 3%. So the percentage of units in Beacon that are leasing to a household with a voucher has increased by 3%. And it's our partnerships portfolio that's the driving decrease. All right, it wouldn't be a presentation that mentions GIS without a couple of maps. So I'm going to show you a couple of maps. This map is showing our current fiscal year to date, the monthly average of the number of vouchers at our properties. Blue is Beacon, yellow is partnerships. And I want to call your attention to the largest blue circle, northwest, just west of the north central label there, that's Woodhill. You'll see we have quite a few vouchers there. When we look at this number of vouchers as a percent of the max voucher capacity at that property, you'll notice that circle is much smaller now relative to the others. So what we did here is we know that somebody with a voucher cannot lease a public housing unit, right? We also know that at these properties we have public housing units and PBRA units that a voucher cannot lease. So we went ahead and removed those from the total unit count of that property so that we can understand theoretically what's the max number of vouchers that could be leasing up there and how many are and what does that percentage work out to be. All right, so I'm going to wrap up now. Next step, we have, as I mentioned, a number of additional deep dives into this data that we'd like to explore, including, we're definitely going to continue monitoring these trends. We've been monitoring them since 2013, 2015. We'd like to explore how rents at these properties compare to our voucher payment standards to ensure we're in a position to address any barriers in a more proactive, preventative way. Want to actually work with my colleagues to look at our small area FMR activity to see if there's anything there that we can do. And then finally, look at rent burden. So figure out, understand a little bit more about the rent burdens at our our properties. And I think it's a good, I don't want to say petri dish, but it's a good opportunity to explore what the rent burdens at our properties, because most likely those rent burdens are going to be at similar at other properties too. So this gives us the opportunity to kind of understand that a little bit more. And with that, I will take any questions or additional suggestions on what you all would like to see about this topic in the future.
We had data overload.
I'm sorry, they should not have told me to go last.
Any comments?
I just think one of the things that needs to be done that we need to look further into, especially working with the partnership properties, that we work better on the time of inspections and getting the units occupied and not having anyone waiting a month or 2 months with a vacant unit. That seems to affect owners because they're like, I'm not making any money on these units by them sitting empty while I'm waiting for someone to inspect them. So I just feel like we need to make sure that we work better at getting people into units that are taking vouchers instead of them sitting with empty units.
Thank you for that feedback. Yes.
With my experience in working with housing families, one of the reasons that they can't move to certain apartments is because, and I noticed there's a lot of them on the north side, and some of the units that are being built seem to be further and further away from the center of the city, and a lot of families don't have transportation, and so they're used to using public transportation, what as limited as it is in San Antonio, but they've adapted and they can use those. When they end up way outside the city, it's very difficult for them to get their kids to school, find a grocery store, find a doctor, a pediatrician that they can go to without having to, pay a fortune in taxis or there's no bus that takes them there. So I think that's one of a big problem of people can't really afford to live too far north or too far outside the loop.
Right, so the cost of other things besides rent. And we have looked at kind of general voucher utilization across the city compared to transportation and other kind of neighborhood amenities, but we haven't looked at it, and I think this is an opportunity to look at it at our property level and figure out, are there certain properties where we're seeing more vouchers at versus less, and do those correspond to a lack of transportation in that area, or maybe underperforming schools, things like that.
Well, I think a lot of them want their kids to go to some of the schools on the north side. They just can't afford to move. Not only the transportation is an issue, also they have, where they may be living in the inner city, they have a lot more resources as far as help from their families or their neighbors. They could get free daycare, from their moms or whatever. When they move, and I saw several families that this happened to. They move way out north. They love their apartment or they love their new home, but they don't know anybody. The kids don't know anybody at the school. They don't know anybody around that can babysit in a pinch, or they don't know the best doctors or what doctors accept Medicaid. A lot of them don't, especially up on the north side. So there's a lot of services and social support that they don't get that far out away from the inner city and from their older neighborhoods where they grew up in.
I'm taking lots of notes. Thank you.
Good information. Thank you. Any other comments? I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, item 14, discussion regarding resident concerns.
I don't have any.
I don't have anything from staff. We are going to discuss one resident issue in closed
In
session.
closed session, right. Valerie, you want to read us into close? We can go there.
Yes, certainly. All right, the Board of Commissioners will now go into closed session to deliberate the management, purchase, exchange, lease, or value of certain real properties and obtain legal advice regarding related legal issues pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.072 and 551.071 for discussion with attorney regarding real estate and the development of affordable housing. Also to deliberate regarding security matters and obtain legal advice regarding legal issues pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.076 for discussion and consultation with attorney regarding the deployment and implementation of security personnel or devices, or to deliberate a security audit. And finally, to deliberate and obtain legal advice regarding legal issues pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 for consultation with attorney regarding legal claims raised by a resident.
We will be coming back to vote for that one item, so.
Yes.
Okay.
Recording stopped.
The phones are getting.
I know a feeling.
Well, we're coming back, so.
we're back and open?
Okay,
Not yet? Okay.
okay. But as,
She went to the ladies' room.
Recording in progress.
yeah, okay. We are reconvening to go over the tabled item number 3, Resolution 6302.
I make a motion to approve our security measure device update.
We have a motion to,
A second.
we've got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll see it at the board meeting.
Meeting
Let's say
adjourned.
motion to adjourn the meeting?
So move.
Second. Meeting adjourned.